Welcome to Sheriff Files. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where are you watching from tonight. Get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. The Threshold Child. I slammed the door shut. But she was already standing behind me. That was 37 years ago, and I still wake up some mornings with the taste of copper pennies in my mouth and the sound of her breathing in my ears. Not breathing, exactly. More like the whisper air makes when it passes through old bones. My name's Sheriff Harrison Cole, though most folks around here just call me Sheriff Cole, or sometimes just Cole if they've known me long enough. I've been wearing this badge for 43 years come October, and in all that time, I've seen things that would turn a preacher's hair white. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what happened during those 3 weeks in September of 1987. Millbrook's always been the kind of town where everybody knows everybody else's business, sometimes before they know it themselves. Population hovers around 2,000 souls, give or take whoever's moved away to the city or come back home to die. We're nestled in a valley between two ridges of pine and oak, connected to the outside world by Highway 34 and not much else. The kind of place where the old-timers still remember when the railroad came through, back when there was still a railroad to remember. The town's got character, I'll give it that. Main Street runs straight as a rifle shot from the old grain elevator on the north end to the cemetery on the south, like whoever planned it wanted to remind folks about the journey from plenty to nothing. Most of the buildings date back to the 1890s, all red brick and tall windows that catch the light wrong sometimes, making you think you see movement when there's nobody there. But it was the houses that always got to me. Big old Victorian things, most of them, with wraparound porches and gingerbread trim that's seen better decades. They lean into each other across the narrow streets like gossiping old women, their windows dark even on the brightest days. The paint peels in long strips that hang down like dead skin, and when the wind picks up, which it does, more often than seems natural, those strips flutter and scrape against the siding with a sound like fingernails on coffin wood. September had been unusually warm that year, the kind of heat that sits on your chest and makes everything smell like dust and dying flowers. The leaves hadn't started turning yet, but you could feel autumn lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to crack through like ice on a pond. It was the kind of weather that made people restless, made them leave their windows open at night, and wake up with the feeling that something had been watching them sleep. The first call came in on a Tuesday. Mrs. Henderson from Elm Street, voice tight with the kind of worry that comes from being 83 years old and living alone in a house too big for one person. She said her neighbor, old Pete Corrigan, hadn't collected his mail in 3 days, and his milk was going sour on the porch. Pete lived in a narrow blue house with white shutters, the kind of place where a man could disappear without much fuss. I'd known him for 15 years, ever since he'd moved to Millbrook after his wife died. Kept to himself mostly, but he was reliable as sunrise, always out watering his tomatoes at 7 sharp, always waving to Mrs. Henderson when she hung her laundry. I knocked on his front door, tried the bell that wheezed like an old man's chest. No answer. The windows were open, white curtains drifting in and out with each breath of air, but the house felt empty in that particular way houses do when death's been visiting. I found him in his kitchen, sitting at the table with a cup of coffee gone cold weeks ago. He looked peaceful enough, except for his eyes. They were wide open, staring at something I couldn't see, and they were completely white. Not clouded over like cataracts, white like fresh snow, like someone had painted over his pupils with house paint. The coroner said it was his heart. Natural causes, nothing suspicious, happens all the time to men his age. But Doc Reeves pulled me aside afterward, kept looking over his shoulder like he expected someone to be listening. "Cole," he said, and his voice had the same tight quality as Mrs. Henderson's. You ever see eyes like that before? I hadn't, and told him so. Neither have I, he said. And I've been doing this for 26 years. The second call came 4 days later. Jenny Walsh lived alone in a greenhouse on Maple Street with flower boxes that were always perfectly maintained and a cat named Duchess who never left the front porch. Jenny worked at the post office, knew everyone's business by virtue of handling their mail, and never missed a day of work in the 8 years she'd been there. She'd missed 3 days when her supervisor called me. I found her in her living room, sitting in an armchair facing the front window, still wearing her postal service uniform. The same white eyes, the same peaceful expression, the same sense that she'd been looking at something wonderful just before whatever it was took her sight away. Duchess was still alive, but barely. The cat had wedged herself under the couch and wouldn't come out, just made this low moaning sound that didn't seem natural for any creature with 4 legs and fur. Doc Reeves didn't say much this time, just shook his head and wrote, "Natural causes," on another death certificate. But I caught him staring at Jenny's eyes for a long time, and when he thought I wasn't looking, he crossed himself. The third one was Emma Carruthers, and that's when things started getting strange in ways that made my badge feel heavier than it should. Emma lived in the big white Victorian on the corner of Main and 2nd, the one with the widow's walk and the iron fence that always seemed to be rusting no matter how often it got painted. She was 67, taught piano lessons to half the kids in town, and had a laugh that could make you smile even when you didn't want to. I found her at her piano, hands still positioned over the keys like she'd been playing when it happened. Same white eyes, same peaceful expression. But this time, there was something else. The piano bench was pulled out too far, like she'd pushed back suddenly. And there, on the hardwood floor beside her feet, were 2 small puddles of water, each no bigger around than a coffee cup. The water was perfectly clear, but it felt wrong somehow. Too cold, even though the house was warm. When I knelt down to look closer, I could smell something underneath the dusty scent of old house and piano polish. Something like pond water and wet earth. But it was the piano keys that really got to me. Every single one of them was damp, like small hands had been pressing them down with wet fingers. The wood was swollen from the moisture, and when I touched middle C, it stuck for just a moment before coming back up with a sound like a sigh. I called Doc Reeves, but before he arrived, I did something I'd never done before in all my years as sheriff. I got down on my hands and knees and followed those wet footprints. They led from the piano bench to the front door, small prints about the size a child might make. They faded as they went, like whoever made them was drying off with each step, but I could follow them all the way to the threshold. At the door, they simply stopped. I opened the door and looked out at Emma's front porch. It was bone dry, despite the fact that we'd had a brief shower that morning. But there, pressed into the dust near the doormat, was the impression of 2 small bare feet, toes pointed toward the house like someone had been standing there, waiting to be invited in. That night, I started asking questions around town, the kind of questions that make people uncomfortable because they remind them of things they'd rather forget. Millbrook's got its share of local legends, the kind of stories that get passed down in whispers and half-remembered fragments. Most of them are nonsense, the usual small-town folklore about haunted houses and mysterious lights in the woods. But there was one story that kept coming up, told reluctantly by the older folks who remembered their grandparents' warnings. It was about a little girl who would appear on doorsteps during certain times of the year, always after dark, always alone. She'd ask to come inside, polite as you please, and if you let her in, well, people just vanished. The story was old, dating back to the 1920s at least, maybe earlier. It would surface every few decades, usually after someone disappeared under strange circumstances, then fade away again like a bad dream that nobody wanted to remember. Mrs. Patterson at the library, who was 94 and sharp as a tack, told me her grandmother had warned her about the threshold child when she was just 7 years old. "Never let her in," she said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "No matter how cold it is, no matter how pitiful she looks. Once you open that door, once you invite her across the threshold, she takes something from you. Something you can't get back." "What does she take?" I asked. Mrs. Patterson's eyes went distant, like she was looking at something from a long time ago. "Your years," she said. "All the years you got left. Drinks them up like cool water on a hot day." I might have dismissed it as small-town superstition, the kind of story that grows in the telling until it takes on a life of its own. But then I started noticing things around town that I'd never paid attention to before. The houses where people had died, for instance. Pete's blue house, Jenny's green one, Emma's white Victorian. They all had the same kind of front door, solid oak, painted different colors but all with the same heavy brass hinges and the same thick threshold. And they all faced east, toward the sunrise, like they were waiting for something to come walking up from the dawn. More importantly, they were all houses where people lived alone. I spent the next few days driving around Millbrook, making a list of every house that fit the pattern. Solid doors, eastern exposure, single occupants. There were 12 of them, scattered throughout the older parts of town like markers on some invisible map. On the 7th night after Emma's death, I decided to do something that probably wasn't very smart. I parked my cruiser on Main Street and walked through the neighborhoods, checking on the people who lived in those 12 houses. Most of them were fine. I could see them through their windows, watching television or reading or just sitting in their living rooms, going about the quiet business of being alone. But at the 11th house, a small yellow cottage on Birch Street where an old man named Tobias lived, I saw something that made my blood turn cold. She was standing on his front porch. The little girl was maybe 8 or 9 years old, wearing a simple white dress that hung loose on her thin frame. Her hair was dark and wet, plastered to her skull like she just climbed out of a pond, and her feet were bare. She stood perfectly still in front of Tobias's door, her head tilted slightly to one side like she was listening to something only she could hear. I couldn't see her face from where I stood, hidden behind the hedge that separated Tobias's yard from the street, but there was something about her posture that seemed wrong. Too still, too patient. Like she could stand there all night without moving a muscle, waiting for someone to open the door. I reached for my radio, then stopped. What was I going to call in? Suspicious child on doorstep? In a town like Millbrook, that would get me laughed at or worse, committed. Instead, I started walking toward the house, trying to move quietly across the dead grass. But she must have heard me coming, because she turned her head slowly in my direction, and I got my first good look at her face. She was beautiful, in the way that children are before life has a chance to mark them. Pale skin, delicate features, dark eyes that seemed older than they should be. But there was something underneath that beauty, something that made my skin crawl and my hand move instinctively toward my gun. She smiled at me, and her teeth were perfectly white and perfectly straight, like pearls in a jewelry store window. And when she opened her mouth to speak, I could smell that same pond water scent I'd noticed at Emma's house. "Hello, Sheriff," she said, her voice clear and sweet as church bells. "Are you going to invite me in?" That's when I realized she wasn't standing on Tobias's porch at all. She was standing on the sidewalk, maybe 10 feet away from me, and somehow I'd walked right up to her without noticing. The porch behind her was empty, had probably been empty the whole time. I tried to speak, tried to ask her who she was or where she came from, but my throat felt like it was full of dust. She kept smiling, kept watching me with those dark eyes that reflected the streetlight like still water. "I don't need an invitation from you," she said, and took a step closer. but it would be polite. That's when I heard the sound of a door opening behind her. Tobias's front door, the brass hinges creaking like they needed oil. I looked past her, saw the old man silhouetted in his doorway, and my heart sank like a stone. "Come in, child," Tobias said, his voice warm and welcoming. "It's too cold to be out there alone." The little girl turned away from me, her wet hair swinging like a curtain, and started walking toward the house. She moved wrong, I realized. Not like a child at all, but like something pretending to be a child, mimicking the way a young girl might walk without quite getting it right. "Don't," I said, finally finding my voice. "Tobias, don't let her." But she was already crossing the threshold, stepping from the porch into the warm light of his living room. Tobias smiled at her, that genuine smile that old people get when they see a child, and closed the door behind them. I ran to the house, pounded on the door until my knuckles bled, but there was no answer. I could see light in the windows, could make out shapes moving inside, but when I pressed my face to the glass, all I could see were shadows dancing on the wall like flames. I went around to the back door, tried the windows, even considered breaking one, but something stopped me. Some instinct deep in my gut that told me whatever was happening inside that house, I didn't want to see it. Not yet. Instead, I sat in my cruiser across the street and waited. Watched the windows for any sign of movement, listened to the radio chatter from other towns, tried to convince myself that I was losing my mind. At 3:17 a.m., the lights in Tobias's house went out. At 3:18 a.m., his front door opened, and she walked out. The little girl looked exactly the same as when she'd gone in. Same white dress, same wet hair, same perfect posture. But now she was smiling wider, and in the streetlight, I could see that her teeth weren't white anymore. They were dark, like she'd been eating something that stained them. She walked down the porch steps, across the yard, and onto the sidewalk. When she reached the street, she turned and looked directly at me, sitting in my patrol car with my heart hammering against my ribs. She waved. A small, polite wave, the kind children are taught to give to adults they've just met. Then she turned and walked away, heading south toward the cemetery, her bare feet making no sound on the asphalt. I waited until she was out of sight before I got out of the car and walked back to Tobias's house. The front door was closed, but when I tried the handle, it turned easily. The house was dark and quiet, smelling of dust and old furniture and something else. Something sweet and cloying that reminded me of flowers left too long in a vase. I found Tobias in his armchair, facing the front window, his hands folded neatly in his lap. Same white eyes, same peaceful expression, same sense that he'd seen something wonderful before it killed him. But this time, I noticed something else. His hair, which had been completely gray when I'd seen him earlier that evening, was now jet black. His face, deeply lined with wrinkles earned over 8 decades of living, was smooth as a baby's. His hands, gnarled with arthritis, looked like they belonged to a young man. Whatever that thing was, whatever it pretended to be, it hadn't just taken his life. It had taken his years, all of them, leaving behind something that looked like Tobias but younger, unmarked by time. I backed out of the house, closed the door behind me, and called Doc Reeves. When he arrived 20 minutes later, looking haggard and worried, I didn't tell him about the little girl. I couldn't. Who would believe a story like that? Instead, I helped him examine the body, watched him shake his head in confusion at the white eyes and the impossible youthfulness of Tobias's corpse. He wrote, "Natural causes," on another death certificate, but his hand shook when he signed it. The next day, I did something I'd never done in 43 years of wearing a badge. I drove to the state capitol and requested a meeting with someone from the state police, told them I had a situation in Millbrook that was beyond my capabilities. The detective they sent was a young woman named Sarah Collins, all business and sharp suits and the kind of skepticism that comes from working in the city too long. She listened to my story with the patient expression of someone humoring a crazy old man, took notes in a small notebook, and asked all the right questions. But when I showed her the death certificates, when she talked to Doc Reeves and saw the confusion in his eyes, her skepticism started to crack around the edges. 4 people in 2 weeks, she said, sitting across from me in my office. All natural causes, all living alone, all found with the same unusual condition of the eyes. That's right. And you believe this is connected to some local folklore about a little girl who appears on doorsteps? I nodded. She closed her notebook and looked at me for a long time. Sheriff Cole, I've been doing this for 8 years. I've seen gang violence, domestic abuse, drug overdoses, and more murder scenes than I care to remember. But I've never seen anything like this. What are you saying? I'm saying that if there's something unusual happening in your town, we need to figure out what it is before more people die. Detective Collins stayed in Millbrook for 3 days, interviewing the families of the deceased, examining the crime scenes, trying to find some rational explanation for what was happening. On the 3rd night, she knocked on my door at home, and I could tell from her expression that something had changed. I believe you, she said without preamble. About the girl. I invited her in, made coffee, and listened while she told me what she'd discovered. I've been staying at the Millbrook Inn, she said. Room on the 2nd floor with a view of Main Street. Last night around midnight I saw her. My coffee cup stopped halfway to my lips. Where? Standing in front of the hardware store, looking up at my window. Just standing there, perfectly still, like she was waiting for something. I watched her for maybe 10 minutes, and she never moved. Not once. What did you do? I went downstairs to confront her, but by the time I got to the street she was gone. But Sheriff, there were wet footprints on the sidewalk, leading from where she'd been standing all the way to the inn's front door. I set my coffee cup down with hands that weren't quite steady. She followed you. That's what I thought. So I went back to my room and watched from the window. At exactly 1 a.m., she came back. Same spot, same position, just standing there looking up at me. And this time, I could see her face clearly. Detective Collins paused, took a sip of her coffee, and I could see her hands shaking slightly. She was smiling, she continued, but it wasn't a child's smile. It was something else, something that knew things a child shouldn't know. And when she saw me watching, she raised her hand and pressed it against the glass of the hardware store window, like she was waving at me. What happened then? I don't know. I must have fallen asleep at the window, because the next thing I remember, it was morning and my neck was stiff from sleeping in the chair. But when I went downstairs to check out, the desk clerk asked me if I'd been sleepwalking. Why? Because sometime during the night, someone had been knocking on the inn's front door. Soft knocking, like a child might make. The clerk said it went on for hours, just this gentle tapping, but when he went to check, there was nobody there. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. She was trying to get you to let her in. That's what I think. But the question is, why didn't she just approach me directly, like she did with the others? I thought about that for a moment, remembering the way she looked at me that night outside Tobias's house, the way she'd asked if I was going to invite her in. Maybe she can't, I said finally. Maybe she needs permission, needs to be invited. And maybe she can't get that from someone who knows what she is. Detective Collins nodded slowly. That would make sense. The others, they were all alone, all trusting. They saw a little girl and their first instinct was to help her. So what do we do? She was quiet for a long time, staring into her coffee cup like it might hold answers. When she looked up, her expression was grim. "We wait," she said, "and we watch. And we hope we can figure out how to stop her before she kills someone else." But we didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, I was making my final patrol of the evening when I saw lights on in Emma Carruthers' house. The big white Victorian had been empty since her death, windows dark and door locked, waiting for her estate to be settled. But now there was a warm yellow glow coming from the living room windows, and I could see a shadow moving inside. I parked the cruiser and approached the house carefully, my hand resting on my service weapon. The front door was open, hanging wide like an invitation, and I could hear piano music drifting out into the night air. It was a simple melody, the kind of thing Emma might have taught to one of her younger students. But there was something wrong with it, something that made my skin crawl. The notes seemed to hang in the air too long, like they were reluctant to fade away, and underneath the music, I could hear something else. Humming. A child's voice, sweet and clear, humming along with the piano melody. I drew my gun and stepped carefully onto the porch. The floorboards creaked under my weight, but the humming never stopped, never faltered. Through the open doorway, I could see into the living room where Emma's piano still sat in the corner. The little girl was sitting on the piano bench, her small hands moving over the keys with impossible skill. She was still wearing the white dress, still had that wet hair plastered to her skull, but now I could see her in profile, and what I saw made my blood freeze in my veins. She wasn't just young. She was ageless, timeless, like she'd been 8 years old for decades or centuries. Her skin had a translucent quality, like thin ice over deep water, and when she moved her head, I could see the delicate architecture of her skull underneath. But it was her eyes that really got to me. Even in profile, I could see that they were completely black. Not dark brown or deep blue, but black as the space between stars, black as the bottom of a well. And when she turned her head slightly in my direction, still playing, still humming, I saw something in those eyes that made me want to run screaming into the night. She was hungry. Not hungry for food, but hungry for something else. Something that lived inside people, something warm and bright that she needed to sustain herself. And looking into those eyes, I realized that she'd been feeding for a long time, decades maybe, taking a life here and there whenever the need arose. She finished the song and turned to face me fully, her hands folding neatly in her lap. "Hello again, Sheriff," she said, and her voice was exactly the same as before, sweet, childlike, innocent. "Would you like to come in?" I kept my gun trained on her, though I wasn't sure bullets would do any good. "I think I'll stay right here." She tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. "But it's cold out there. And lonely. Don't you get lonely, Sheriff?" "Sometimes. I could help with that," she said, standing up from the piano bench. "I could make it so you're never lonely again. Never cold, never tired, never afraid. What are you?" She smiled, showing those perfect white teeth. "I'm just a little girl who wants to come inside." "No," I said, and my voice was steadier than I felt. "You're something else. Something old." Her smile faltered for just a moment, and in that instant, I saw something terrible flicker across her face. Something ancient and patient and utterly without mercy. "I'm whatever I need to be," she said. "Whatever will get me invited in." That's when I understood. She wasn't just some supernatural predator hunting randomly through Millbrook. She was trapped somehow, bound by rules that required invitation, required permission. She could appear anywhere, could follow people, could even enter buildings if the doors were left open, but she couldn't actually take someone unless they welcomed her in. "You've been doing this for a long time," I said. "Long enough," she replied. "This town has been very accommodating. The others, the ones who died. They invited you in. Of course they did. People are kind, Sheriff. Especially to children. Especially to children who look lost and alone and in need of help. She took a step toward the doorway, and I took a step back. But you're different, she continued. You know what I am, so you won't invite me in. That's fine. I can wait. Wait for what? For you to get old, she said simply. For you to get lonely and tired and afraid of dying alone. It might take years, but I'm very patient. And when you're ready, when you can't stand the loneliness anymore, you'll open your door and ask me in. Looking at her, I realized she was probably right. She'd outlasted entire generations of people in Millbrook, appearing every few years to feed and then disappearing again until the need arose. She could wait decades between meals if necessary, hidden somewhere in the spaces between things, biding her time. Unless, she said, and her smile widened, you'd like to make this easier for both of us. How? Let me in now. Just say the words, and I'll make it quick. You won't feel anything after the first few seconds, and you'll never have to worry about growing old or sick or alone. I kept the gun pointed at her, though my arm was starting to ache. And if I don't? Then I'll find someone else. Someone weaker, someone more afraid. There are plenty of lonely people in Millbrook, Sheriff. Plenty of people who would be grateful for a little girl's company. That's when it hit me. She wasn't just threatening me, she was threatening the entire town. As long as she was here, as long as she was hungry, people would keep dying. And there was nothing I could do to stop her, nothing I could do to protect them. There is one way, she said, as if reading my thoughts. One way to end this. What? Invite me in, Sheriff. Let me take what I need from you, and I'll leave Millbrook forever. No more deaths, no more disappearances. Just you, and then I'll go somewhere else. I stared at her, this thing that looked like a child but was something far older and more terrible. In her black eyes I could see the reflection of everyone she'd killed, all the lonely people who had opened their doors to what they thought was a lost little girl. Think about it, she said. One life to save dozens. One death to prevent years of fear and loss. Isn't that what a good sheriff would do? She was right, and we both knew it. As long as she remained in Millbrook, people would die. And the only way to stop her was to give her what she wanted, to sacrifice myself to save the town I'd sworn to protect. But I didn't answer her. Instead, I did something that probably saved my life and definitely saved my sanity. I turned around and walked away. I heard her call after me, her sweet child's voice carrying across the night air. I'll be waiting, Sheriff. I'll be waiting for as long as it takes. I got in my cruiser and drove home, but I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. Instead, I sat in my living room with my service weapon in my lap, watching the front door, waiting for that soft knock that never came. Detective Collins left town the next morning, taking her report and her theories back to the state capitol. She promised to stay in touch, to help however she could, but we both knew there was nothing anyone could do. This was Millbrook's problem, had always been Millbrook's problem, and it would remain so long after I was gone. The little girl didn't appear again for 3 weeks. I started to hope that maybe she'd gotten tired of waiting. Maybe she'd moved on to some other town with more cooperative residents. But then Mrs. Patterson at the library called me, her voice shaking with fear. "She's back," the old woman said. "She's standing across the street from my house, just looking at my front door." I found her there, exactly as Mrs. Patterson had described. Same white dress, same wet hair, same patient stillness. When she saw me coming, she smiled and waved, like we were old friends meeting by chance. "Mrs. Patterson won't invite me in," she said as I approached. She's too old, too set in her ways, too full of her grandmother's warnings. Leave her alone." "Oh, I will," she said. "For now. But Sheriff, I'm getting very hungry. And if Mrs. Patterson won't help me, I'll have to find someone who will." That night, I made a decision that I've regretted every day since. I drove to every house in Millbrook where someone lived alone, and I told them about the little girl. I broke every rule I'd ever learned about police work, violated every principle of rational investigation, and told the truth to anyone who would listen. Some of them believed me. Others thought I'd finally cracked under the pressure of the job. But word spread, the way it does in small towns, and within a few days, everyone in Millbrook had heard some version of the story. The response was predictable. People started locking their doors at night, installing security systems, looking suspiciously at any child they didn't recognize. Parents kept their own children inside after dark, and the few families who still lived in town began talking about moving away. But it worked, at least for a while. The little girl appeared on doorsteps throughout the following weeks, but nobody let her in. She stood on porches, knocked softly on doors, even pressed her face to windows. But the people of Millbrook had been warned, and they were afraid. I thought I'd won. I thought I'd found a way to protect the town without sacrificing myself or anyone else. But I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. On October 15th, 1987, she appeared on my own doorstep. I was sitting in my kitchen, eating a late dinner and reading incident reports, when I heard the soft knock. 3 gentle taps, exactly the way a polite child might announce herself. I knew who it was before I opened the door. She was standing on my front porch, hands clasped behind her back, head tilted to one side with that curious expression children get when they're trying to solve a puzzle. "Hello, Sheriff," she said. "May I come in?" "No." "Are you sure? It's very cold out here, and I'm all alone." I looked at her standing there in her thin white dress, her feet bare on the cold wooden porch, and for just a moment, I felt that instinctive adult response to a child in need. Then I remembered Tobias and Emma and all the others, and the feeling passed. "I'm sure." She nodded, as if she'd expected that answer. "That's all right. I understand you're afraid. But Sheriff, I need you to know something." "What?" "Your plan isn't working." "Oh, it's slowing me down, making things more difficult, but it's not stopping me. Do you know why?" I waited for her to continue. "Because people get lonely," she said. "Even when they're afraid, even when they've been warned, they get lonely. And loneliness makes people do foolish things." She was right, and I knew it. Already, I'd heard rumors about people weakening, about the strain of living in constant fear. How long before someone's resolve cracked? How long before the isolation became too much to bear? "But I have a better idea," she continued. "A way to end this that doesn't require years of fear and suspicion." "I'm listening." "You come with me, Sheriff. Right now, tonight. Walk out of this house, get in your car, and drive away from Millbrook forever. Never come back, never contact anyone here again, and I'll follow you. I'll leave this town alone and focus all my attention on you." I stared at her, trying to understand what she was offering. "You want me to run? I want you to lead me away from here. Take me somewhere else, somewhere with fewer connections, fewer people you care about. It will be just you and me, Sheriff, playing our little game until one of us wins. And if I don't?" Her smile faded, and for a moment, I saw something terrible in her black eyes. "Then I'll start with the children," she said simply. "The real children. The ones who live here, who play in these streets, who might be curious enough to open a door to a little girl who looks lost and afraid." My blood turned to ice. "You said you needed to be invited in?" By the homeowner, yes. But children don't own homes, Sheriff. They just live in them. And children are so trusting, so eager to help someone who looks like they need it. She was right, and she knew I knew it. Children would open doors without thinking, would invite her in before their parents could stop them. And once she was inside, the rules wouldn't matter anymore. You have until tomorrow night, she said. Pack whatever you need and leave Millbrook forever, or I start visiting the houses with children. Your choice, Sheriff. She turned and walked away, her bare feet silent on the porch steps, disappearing into the darkness between streetlights like smoke. I stood in my doorway for a long time after she was gone, feeling the weight of the decision she forced on me. I could run, pack a bag, get in my car, and drive until I found some remote place where I could wait for her to find me. It would mean abandoning my town, my duty, everything I'd spent 43 years building, but it would keep the children safe. Or I could stay and fight, knowing that every day I delayed, every night I held out, put innocent lives at risk. I closed the door and sat down at my kitchen table to think. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and sending something scratching against the side of the house. For a moment, I thought it might be her, trying to find another way in, but then I recognized the sound of tree branches scraping against the roof. That's when I remembered something Mrs. Patterson had said, something about her grandmother's warnings. The old woman had mentioned that her grandmother knew about the threshold child, had passed down specific instructions about how to deal with her. I called Mrs. Patterson, waking her from what sounded like uneasy sleep. Sheriff? What time is it? Late. Mrs. Patterson, I need to ask you about your grandmother's stories. About the little girl. There was a long pause. What do you want to know? Everything. Every detail you can remember. There has to be something, some way to stop her. Sheriff, my grandmother died when I was 12. That was over 80 years ago. Please. Try to remember. Another pause, longer this time. I could hear her moving around, probably getting out of bed, settling into a chair. She used to tell me the story when I was very young, she said finally. Before my parents told her to stop scaring me. But there were details, things she said were important to remember. What kind of details? The little girl, she wasn't always a little girl. My grandmother said she was something older, something that had been around since the town was founded. Maybe longer. What was she? I don't know. My grandmother called her different things. The threshold child, the invitation, the hungry one. But she said the important thing wasn't what she was, but what she needed. Which was permission. She couldn't just take what she wanted. She had to be given it freely, willingly. That's why she appeared as a child, why she looked lost and helpless. Because people would invite her in without thinking. I already knew that much. Was there anything else? Any way to stop her? Mrs. Patterson was quiet for so long that I thought she might have fallen asleep. When she spoke again, her voice was different, older somehow, like she was channeling her grandmother's words. There was one thing, she said. My grandmother said that if you could trick her, if you could make her break her own rules, she would have to leave. But it was dangerous, because if it didn't work, if she realized what you were trying to do, what would happen? She'd kill you. Not like the others, not peaceful and quick. She'd make it last. How do you trick something like that? I don't know, Sheriff. That's all my grandmother ever told me. That and one other thing. What? She said the little girl had been tricked once before, long ago. That's why she was careful now, why she followed the rules so strictly. Someone had fooled her, and it had cost her something important. I thanked Mrs. Patterson and hung up, but I didn't go to bed. Instead, I spent the rest of the night thinking about rules and invitations and the ways clever people might outwit something that had been hunting for decades. By morning, I had the beginning of a plan. The next day, I made preparations. I drove to the county seat and filed some paperwork, made some calls, arranged some things that needed arranging. I also stopped by the hardware store and bought some items that might seem odd for a sheriff: rope, a small mirror, some white paint, and a child's dress in size 8. That evening I waited. She appeared on my doorstep at exactly midnight, as if she'd been counting down the hours. Same white dress, same wet hair, same patient smile. "Have you decided, Sheriff?" "I have," I said. "But I want to make a deal with you." Her head tilted to one side. "What kind of deal?" "I'll invite you in, but only if you agree to leave Millbrook forever afterward. No more hunting here, no more children, no more lonely old people. You take what you need from me, and then you go somewhere else." She considered this, her black eyes studying my face. "And if I refuse? Then I leave town tonight, and you'll have to catch me somewhere else. Somewhere with fewer rules, fewer people to protect me." "You're bluffing." "Maybe. But are you willing to risk losing your best chance at a meal? Who knows how long it might be before you get another opportunity like this?" She was quiet for a long moment, and I could see her weighing her options. Finally, she nodded. "Very well, Sheriff. I agree to your terms. Invite me in, and I'll leave Millbrook forever." "You swear it?" "I swear it." That's when I sprung my trap. "Then I invite you in," I said, stepping aside and gesturing toward the interior of my house. "Please come inside and make yourself at home." She smiled triumphantly and stepped across the threshold, her bare feet touching the hardwood floor of my living room. But instead of the relief I expected to feel, I saw something change in her expression. "This isn't your house," she said slowly. "No," I agreed. "It isn't." The paperwork I'd filed that morning had been a deed transfer, signing ownership of my house over to the town of Millbrook. Legally, I was no longer the homeowner. I was just a tenant, a guest, someone who had no right to invite anyone in. She'd been tricked, and she knew it. "You can't do this," she said, but her voice was different now, less certain. "I just did. You accepted my invitation, crossed the threshold willingly, but the invitation was worthless. You broke your own rules." Her face began to change, the childlike features shifting and blurring like a reflection in disturbed water. For a moment, I saw what she really was underneath the disguise, something old and hungry and absolutely without mercy. "You have no idea what you've done," she hissed, and her voice was like wind through dead leaves. "I know exactly what I've done. And I know what happens next." "What happens next?" I smiled, and for the first time in weeks, it felt genuine. "You leave. That was the deal. You take what you need from me, and then you go somewhere else. But you can't take anything from me, because you're not supposed to be here. You have no invitation, no permission, no right." She snarled, showing teeth that were no longer white and perfect but yellow and sharp. "I could kill you anyway. You could try. But that would be breaking the rules too, wouldn't it? And I think breaking the rules is dangerous for something like you." For a moment, I thought she might attack me anyway, rules or no rules. But then something else happened, something I hadn't expected. She began to fade. Not disappearing like smoke, but becoming less solid, less present. Like the act of being somewhere she didn't belong was draining her somehow. "This isn't over," she said, her voice barely audible. "I'll find you again, Sheriff. I'll find a way." "Maybe," I said. "But it won't be in Millbrook." She opened her mouth to say something else, but no sound came out. A moment later, she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of pond water and the echo of her footsteps on my hardwood floor. I stood there for a long time, waiting for her to reappear, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But the house remained quiet, and gradually, I began to believe that it was over. The next morning, I filed another deed transfer, signing the house back to myself. It was a legal fiction, but it had been enough to break the rules that bound her, enough to send her away. That was 37 years ago, and I've never seen her again. Never heard of any mysterious deaths in Millbrook that fit her pattern. Never found any wet footprints on doorsteps or children standing in places where children shouldn't be. But I still lock my doors at night. Still check the windows before I go to bed. Still wake up sometimes with the taste of copper pennies in my mouth and the sound of soft knocking in my ears. Because I know she's out there somewhere, in some other town, appearing on some other doorstep where lonely people live behind unlocked doors. And I know that someday, when I'm old and tired and ready to give up, she might come back. She might knock on my door one more time, polite as you please, and ask to come inside. And I might be lonely enough to say yes. But that's a worry for another day. Right now, I'm Sheriff Harrison Cole, and I've got a town to protect. The sun's coming up over the ridge, painting the old Victorian houses in shades of gold and amber, and Millbrook is waking up to another day of ordinary mysteries and everyday miracles. The threshold child is gone, but she left something behind. A reminder that some doors should never be opened, some invitations should never be extended, and some hungers should never be fed. And sometimes, late at night when the wind is picking up and the old houses are creaking like ships at sea, I can still hear her voice, sweet as church bells, asking the same question she's been asking for generations. May I come in? The answer now and always is no. End of recording. I saw him by the tracks, staring. And hours later, the train derailed. That was 43 years ago, and I still wake up some nights with the taste of coal dust in my mouth and the memory of those eyes, black as the spaces between stars. Not brown, not dark blue like some folks might mistake in poor light. Black. Solid black, like someone had taken a hole punch to the universe and set it in a child's skull. My name's irrelevant now. I was sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years before I hung up the badge, and in all that time, I learned that some things don't have explanations that'll satisfy a courtroom or a coroner's report. Some things just are, like the way water flows downhill, or the way certain houses seem to collect shadows even on the brightest days. The boy first appeared in late September of 1981. I remember because Mrs. Henderson had just brought in her apple butter for the church social, and the leaves were starting to turn that particular shade of rust that only comes to the sugar maples around here. Millbrook's always been small, population hovering around 800 souls, give or take whoever's been buried in the past month or born in the back room of Doc Merrick's clinic. We had exactly 3 miles of railroad track running through the heart of town, part of the old freight line that connected the mining operations up north to the processing plants down in Hammond. The 417 freight came through every weekday afternoon, regular as clockwork, carrying coal cars and timber, and whatever else the world needed from our little corner of nowhere. I was parked beside Morrison's feed store, finishing up some paperwork, when I first spotted him. Just a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing about 20 feet from the tracks with his back to me. Something about the way he stood caught my attention, too still, like a deer that's caught a scent but hasn't decided which way to run. Kids in Millbrook didn't usually stand that still. Hell, kids anywhere don't stand that still. The 417 was running late that day, and I could hear it coming from about a mile out, that low rumble that gets into your bones and makes the windows rattle in their frames. The boy never moved, never turned around. just stood there watching the empty tracks like he was waiting for something specific. When the train finally rounded the bend, 8 cars that day, I counted them, I saw the boy turn his head slightly, tracking the locomotive as it passed. That's when I got my first real look at his profile. Young face, pale skin, dark hair that needed cutting. Nothing unusual there. But something about the way he watched that train made the hair on my forearms stand up. The freight disappeared around the eastern curve, and the boy walked away. Didn't run like most kids would after watching something that exciting. Just walked, slow and deliberate, toward the old Brennan property that had been sitting empty since the family moved to Portland 3 years prior. I thought about following him, but Mrs. Henderson chose that moment to flag me down about her neighbor's dog getting into her garden again, and by the time I'd sorted that out, the boy was gone. That night, I got the call about the derailment. 7 miles east of town, the 417 had jumped the tracks on a straight section of rail that had been inspected just 2 weeks prior. No mechanical failure, no track damage, no explanation that made sense to the railroad investigators who showed up the next morning with their clipboards and measuring tapes. The engineer swore he'd hit the brakes when he saw something on the tracks, but the railroad boys said the brake logs showed no evidence of emergency braking. 3 of the 8 cars ended up on their sides in Morrison's cornfield. Nobody was hurt, which was a miracle in itself, but it took the better part of a week to clear the wreckage and get the line running again. I didn't connect the boy to the derailment right away. That kind of thinking comes from watching too many movies or reading too many of those paperback novels they sell at the drugstore. But the image of him standing there, watching, stuck with me like a splinter under the skin. The boy appeared again 2 weeks later. This time, I was making my evening rounds, checking the locks on the businesses along Main Street. The sun was setting behind Collier's Hill, casting long shadows between the buildings, and that's when I saw him again. Same spot by the tracks, same posture, same unnatural stillness. I parked the cruiser and walked over, my footsteps crunching on the gravel between the railroad ties. The boy didn't acknowledge my approach. Didn't turn around or run away like any normal kid would when a sheriff started walking toward them. "You okay, son?" I called out when I was about 10 feet away. He turned then, and I got my first full look at those eyes. Black. Completely black. Not the pupil, the whole eye, iris and all, like someone had filled the sockets with crude oil. I've seen a lot of things in my time wearing a badge, but nothing that made my blood go cold the way those eyes did. They weren't threatening or angry. They were just empty, like looking into the bottom of a well at midnight. The boy didn't speak, didn't blink, just stared at me with those impossible eyes for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few seconds. Then he turned and walked away, same slow, deliberate pace as before. I stood there watching him go, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. By the time I'd gathered enough sense to follow, he disappeared into the gathering dusk. That night, I called my predecessor, old Sheriff Coleman, who'd retired to Florida but still had family in the area. Coleman had been law enforcement in Millbrook for 42 years before me, and if anyone would know about strange occurrences in town, it would be him. "Boy with black eyes." Coleman's voice crackled through the long-distance connection. "How black we talking about?" I described what I'd seen, and there was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Haven't seen him myself," Coleman finally said, "but my daddy used to tell stories. Said there was a boy like that showed up around the time of the mine collapse in 23. Always by the railroad tracks, always watching. People said he was some kind of omen." "Omen of what?" "Trouble. Death. Change. Take your pick. Point is, whenever folks saw him, something bad followed. Then he'd disappear for years at a time before showing up again. I thanked Coleman and hung up, but sleep didn't come easy that night. I found myself lying awake, listening to the house settle and wondering if those black eyes were somewhere out there in the darkness, watching. The boy's appearances became more frequent after that. I'd spot him at different times of day, always near the tracks, always in roughly the same location. Sometimes he'd be there when I drove past on patrol. Sometimes I'd glimpse him from the office window. Once, I saw him standing there at 3 in the morning when I was coming back from a domestic disturbance call at the Sullivan place. Each time, I tried to approach him. Each time, he'd turn those awful eyes on me for a few seconds before walking away. He never spoke. Never showed any expression. Just watched and waited and disappeared. Other people started noticing him too. Mrs. Patterson mentioned seeing a strange boy by the railroad tracks when she was hanging laundry. Bill Morrison said he'd spotted him from his store window. The postmaster, Eddie Kowalski, claimed the boy had been standing there every afternoon for a week, always at the same time, always in the same spot. But when I asked for descriptions, the details never quite matched up. Mrs. Patterson said he was maybe 10 years old with light brown hair. Morrison swore he was younger, maybe 7, with hair so dark it was almost black. Eddie insisted the boy was tall for his age, while others said he seemed small, fragile. The only thing everyone agreed on were the eyes. Black as pitch. Black as the bottom of a grave. I started keeping a log, noting every sighting, every detail, trying to find a pattern. The boy appeared most often on weekdays, usually in the afternoon around the time the freight train was due. But the 417 hadn't run since the derailment. The railroad company was still investigating, and the line remained closed. That should have been my first real clue that something was fundamentally wrong with the situation. The boy kept appearing by the tracks, watching for a train that no longer came. October slipped into November, and the sightings continued. The boy never aged, never changed clothes, never did anything different. He just stood and watched and waited, like he was expecting something that only he could see. Then the accidents started. First, it was Jim Morrison's youngest boy, Tommy. Kid was playing near the tracks with some friends when he slipped and fell, gashing his leg open on a piece of broken rail. Needed 17 stitches and came within an inch of hitting an artery. Tommy swore he'd seen someone standing nearby just before he fell, but when the other kids looked, there was nobody there. 2 days later, Eddie Kowalski's mail truck broke down right at the railroad crossing. Engine just died, no warning, no mechanical reason the mechanic could find. Eddie was stranded there for 3 hours before someone came along to help. He mentioned seeing a boy watching from the embankment, but when he looked again, the boy was gone. The pattern became clear after the 4th incident. Someone would have an accident or a close call near the tracks, and they'd always mention seeing a boy watching. The descriptions varied, but the eyes were always the same. Always black. Always watching. I decided to stake out the area, to try and get some answers. I parked the cruiser behind Morrison's feed store and waited, watching the spot where the boy usually appeared. The afternoon was cold and overcast, the kind of day that makes you think winter might arrive early and stay late. The boy showed up at 4:17 exactly. Same time the freight train used to pass through. I stayed in the car this time, watching through binoculars. The boy stood in his usual spot, facing the tracks, head slightly tilted like he was listening for something. After about 10 minutes, he turned and started walking toward the old Brennan place. I followed at a distance, keeping the cruiser in low gear to minimize noise. The boy walked with purpose, never looking back, never varying his pace. He turned off the main road onto the overgrown driveway that led to the Brennan house, and I pulled over to watch. The house had been empty for 3 years. but it looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The paint was peeling, the windows were dark, and the front porch sagged under the weight of too many harsh winters. The boy walked right up to the front door and went inside. I waited 20 minutes, then drove up the driveway and parked behind the house where the cruiser wouldn't be visible from the road. The back door was unlocked, hanging slightly open on hinges that squealed like wounded animals. Inside, the house smelled of dust and decay and something else, something sweet and cloying that reminded me of flowers left too long in a vase. The rooms were empty except for a few pieces of furniture the Brennans had left behind. A kitchen table, a couple of chairs, an old couch in the living room. I searched the house room by room, but there was no sign of the boy. No footprints in the dust, no disturbed surfaces, nothing to indicate anyone had been there in years. The basement was empty except for an old coal furnace and some rusty pipes. The upstairs bedrooms were bare, their windows clouded with grime. But in the smallest bedroom, the one that would have belonged to a child, I found something that made my blood run cold. Scratched into the wooden floor, as if someone had used a nail or a piece of broken glass, were dozens of tally marks. They covered most of the floor space, organized in neat groups of 5 with a diagonal line through each group. I counted them twice to be sure. 137 marks. I left the house and drove back to the office, my hands shaking so badly I had trouble steering. I pulled out my log and started counting the number of documented accidents, incidents, and close calls that had occurred near the railroad tracks in Millbrook over the past 60 years. 137. I blew it out. It kept burning. And then my lights went dead. That was 37 years ago, and I still wake up some nights with the taste of that smoke in my mouth, bitter, like burnt copper pennies and something else I can't name. Something that makes my teeth ache just thinking about it. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 43 years now, seen my share of strange things in a place where the nearest city is 200 miles of empty highway and the cell towers don't reach past Miller's Ridge. But that candle, that damned candle changed everything I thought I knew about what was possible in this world. It started on a Tuesday morning in October. The kind of morning where the air sits heavy and still, like the whole world's holding its breath. I was working through my second cup of coffee when Deputy Martinez came through the door, shaking his head and muttering in Spanish the way he did when something bothered him deep. "We got a situation out at the Hendricks place," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Real strange one, Sheriff." The Hendricks farm sat about 15 miles out of town, where the county road turns to gravel and the trees start closing in tight. Old man Hendricks had been found dead in his kitchen 3 days prior. Heart attack, the coroner said. Natural causes. His daughter lived up in Portland, hadn't been back to settle things yet. Place should have been empty. But Martinez had gotten a call from Mrs. Kowalski, whose property backed up to the Hendricks land. She'd seen lights moving around inside the house, heard what sounded like furniture being moved. Probably just kids, I figured. Teenagers looking for a place to drink beer and scare each other with ghost stories. The drive out there took us through the heart of what locals called the Hollow, a stretch of road that dipped down between 2 hills, where the old-growth pines grew so thick they blocked out most of the sky. Even in full daylight, your headlights would kick on automatic, and more than one person had sworn they'd seen things moving between those trees that weren't quite deer, weren't quite anything else either. I'd lived in Millbrook County my whole life, born and raised, and I knew the stories. Every small town has them, tales passed down through generations, whispered in diners and barbershops, growing stranger with each telling. The Hollow was supposed to be cursed, they said. Bad things happened there. Cars broke down. People got lost on roads they traveled 1,000 times. Hunting dogs refused to track game once they caught scent of whatever lived in those deep woods. Most of it was nonsense, of course. Superstition. But there was something about that stretch of road that made even the skeptics drive a little faster, windows rolled up tight. The Hendricks place sat in a clearing that felt too big, too empty. Two-story farmhouse, white paint gone gray with age and neglect. Barn out back, leaning like it was tired of standing. The kind of property that had been in the same family for generations, slowly dying as the young folks moved away and the old ones passed on. Martinez parked next to the porch, and we sat there for a moment, engine ticking as it cooled. Nothing looked disturbed. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry. But there was something in the air, a smell like burned matches and something sweet that had gone rotten. "You smell that?" I asked. Martinez nodded, wrinkling his nose. "Smelled it soon as we turned up the drive." "What you think it is?" I didn't answer because I didn't know, and I didn't like admitting when I didn't know something. 25 years of being sheriff had taught me that uncertainty was a luxury I couldn't afford. People looked to me for answers, for the kind of steady certainty that kept small towns from falling apart when strange things started happening. The front door was unlocked, which wasn't unusual. Hendricks had been old school, from a time when nobody locked their doors in Millbrook County. We stepped inside, and the smell hit us full force, that burned sweet stench that made my eyes water and my stomach turn. The house was exactly as I remembered it from 3 days ago. Furniture covered in dust sheets. Family photos on the mantel, faces staring down at us with that peculiar intensity old photographs seemed to have. Everything normal, everything in its place. Except for the candle. It sat in the center of the kitchen table, a simple white pillar candle in a brass holder. The flame was wrong, not the warm yellow-orange you'd expect, but deep black, like it was burning backwards, sucking light out of the room instead of giving it off. The wax around the wick was perfectly smooth, unmelted, as if the candle had been burning for hours without consuming itself. "Jesus Christ," Martinez whispered, crossing himself. I walked closer, and the temperature seemed to drop with each step. The flame danced and writhed, throwing shadows that moved independently of the light, shadows that seemed to reach toward us with fingers of darkness. "Sheriff," Martinez said, his voice tight. "We should call the fire department. That's got to be some kind of gas leak, right? Some kind of chemical reaction?" I wanted to agree with him. Wanted to find a rational explanation that would let us pack up and leave and pretend we'd never seen that impossible flame. But I knew better. I'd grown up in these hills, heard the stories, seen things that didn't make it into police reports because there was no way to explain them that wouldn't get you laughed out of the county. I reached for the candle, meaning to blow it out, to end whatever strange business was happening in that kitchen. The flame bent away from my breath, flickering but never dying. I tried again, leaning close enough to feel the unnatural cold radiating from that black fire. I blew it out. It kept burning. And then my lights went dead. The kitchen plunged into darkness so complete it was like being buried alive. Not just the absence of light, but the presence of something that actively devoured it. I could hear Martinez breathing hard beside me, could smell his fierce sweat mixing with that burned sweet stench. "Sheriff?" His voice was barely a whisper. I fumbled for my flashlight, but when I clicked it on, the beam was weak and sickly, like the light itself was struggling against the darkness. The candle still burned with its impossible flame, and now I could see other things in the kitchen, shapes that hadn't been there before, or maybe had been there all along but hidden. There were marks on the walls. Symbols burned into the wood, spiraling patterns that hurt to look at directly. The kind of marks that suggested rituals, ceremonies, things that had no place in a dead farmer's kitchen. "We need to get out of here," Martinez said, and I was inclined to agree with him. Whatever was happening in that house, it was beyond anything in my experience, beyond anything I was equipped to handle. But as we turned to leave, I noticed something else. The family photos on the mantel, they were different now. The faces were the same, but their expressions had changed. Where before they'd looked stern but peaceful, now they looked afraid, terrified, like they were trying to warn us about something. And in the glass of each frame, I could see the reflection of the candle's black flame, multiplied and distorted, creating a constellation of dark fire that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. We made it to the front door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the door itself was solid as stone, as if the house had decided it didn't want to let us go. Martinez threw his shoulder against it, then stepped back and kicked, but it didn't budge. "The back door," I said, but somehow I knew it would be the same. The house had us, and that candle was the key to whatever was happening. I walked back to the kitchen, Martinez following reluctantly behind me. The candle sat there burning its impossible flame, and now I could see that the wax was beginning to melt after all. But instead of pooling on the table, it was flowing upward, defying gravity, forming shapes in the air that looked almost like letters, almost like words. "Can you read that?" I asked Martinez. He squinted at the floating wax. "Looks like—" "I don't know, Sheriff. Not English. Not Spanish either. Something older." I'd seen writing like that before, in books I'd rather forget about, books that had been passed down through my family for generations. Books that talked about things that lived in the spaces between worlds, things that could reach through under the right circumstances, given the right invitation. Old man Hendricks had been a quiet man, kept to himself mostly. But I remembered stories about his grandfather, about experiments with what he called natural philosophy. The kind of experiments that had made the local preacher refuse to set foot on Hendricks' land for 30 years running. "It's a summoning," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "Someone used this place for a summoning." Martinez looked at me like I'd lost my mind, and maybe I had. But I knew what I was seeing, knew what that candle represented. It was a beacon, a lighthouse for things that lived in darkness, calling them home. The wax letters were forming words now, words in a language that predated human speech. And as they took shape, the temperature in the kitchen dropped another 10 degrees. Ice began forming on the windows, and our breath came out in white puffs that hung in the air longer than they should have. "We need to destroy it," I said. "Whatever it takes." I tried to grab the candle, but the moment my fingers touched the brass holder, pain shot up my arm like lightning. The metal was so cold it burned, and I could feel my skin sticking to it, freezing to the surface. Martinez helped me pull away, leaving skin behind on the brass. But the candle kept burning, and the wax letters kept forming, and the house kept holding us prisoner. That's when we heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps coming from upstairs. The creak of old floorboards bearing weight they shouldn't have to bear. Martinez drew his gun, and I did the same, but I knew bullets wouldn't help us against whatever was making those sounds. The steps reached the top of the stairs, then started down. One at a time, each footfall echoing through the house like a heartbeat. And with each step, the candle's flame grew brighter, its blackness spreading like spilled ink across the kitchen walls. I thought about running, about breaking a window and getting out that way. But something told me it wouldn't matter. Whatever was coming down those stairs, whatever that candle had called, it wouldn't be stopped by locked doors or broken glass. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then stopped. The house went silent except for the soft whisper of that impossible flame. Martinez was breathing hard, his gun shaking in his hands. "Sheriff," he whispered. "What do we do?" I looked at the candle, at the wax letters floating in the air, at the symbols burned into the walls. and I remembered something my grandmother had told me, back when I was young and foolish enough to believe in such things. Fire calls to fire, she'd said. But water calls to water, and earth calls to earth. Everything has its opposite, its balance. I pulled out my lighter, a cheap plastic thing I'd been carrying for 20 years. The flame was small and weak compared to the candle's dark fire, but it was real. Natural. It belonged to this world. Hold your light up, I told Martinez. Your flashlight. Hold it up and keep it steady. He did as I asked, and I flicked my lighter. The small flame danced in the darkness, and for a moment, the candle's black fire flickered. Just for a moment, but it was enough to show me that whatever power was at work here, it wasn't absolute. The footsteps started again, moving toward the kitchen. Slow, measured, inevitable. But I kept my lighter burning, and Martinez kept his flashlight steady, and the candle's flame began to shrink. The waxed letters started to dissolve, dropping to the table in shapeless pools. The symbols on the walls faded. The temperature began to rise, and the ice on the windows melted, running down the glass like tears. When the footsteps reached the kitchen doorway, there was nothing there. Just empty air and the fading echo of something that had almost been. The candle's flame guttered and died, and the house released us. The front door opened with a simple turn of the handle, and we stumbled out into the afternoon sunlight, gasping like drowning men who'd just broken the surface. We drove back to town in silence, neither of us speaking about what we'd seen. What would we say? Who would believe us? I filed a report about checking on a possible break-in, found no evidence of forced entry or theft. Case closed. But I couldn't leave it at that. I went back to the house 3 days later, alone this time. The candle was gone, but the brass holder remained on the table, tarnished black as if it had been in a fire. I wrapped it in an old towel and took it with me, locked it in the evidence room where it sits to this day. I did some research after that, digging through old records and family histories. Found out that the Hendricks family had a long tradition of what they called seeking. They were looking for something, generation after generation, something they believed was waiting for them in the spaces between worlds. Old man Hendricks' grandfather had been the worst of them. He built a room in the basement of that house, a room with no windows and symbols carved into every surface. The locals had burned it down in 1923, but apparently some things don't stay buried. I never found out who lit that candle or why. Could have been kids playing with things they didn't understand. Could have been someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Could have been old man Hendricks himself, in those final moments before his heart gave out, trying to finish something his family had started a century ago. What I do know is that the Hendricks place stood empty for 2 more years before the daughter finally sold it to a development company. They tore it down and built a strip mall, a pharmacy, a sandwich shop, a place that sells cell phones. Normal businesses for normal people. But sometimes, late at night when I'm driving past that strip mall, I see a flicker of light in the windows. Black light that seems to absorb rather than illuminate. And I know that some things, once invited into this world, don't leave just because you tear down the house they were summoned to. The brass holder still sits in my evidence room, locked in a box that I've never opened again. Sometimes I walk past it and hear a sound like whispers, like something calling to something else across an impossible distance. On those days, I make sure my lighter has plenty of fluid, and I keep my flashlight close. Because I know now that the dark is always watching, always waiting for another invitation. And in a place like Millbrook County, where the old stories run deep and the spaces between worlds grow thin, it's only a matter of time before someone else finds a candle and decides to light it. The flame might be any color at all. But if it's black, if it burns without consuming, if it refuses to die when you blow it out, That's when you know you're in more trouble than any badge or gun can handle. That's when you know the dark has found you, and it's decided to stay. I keep the lighter fluid fresh, and I sleep with the lights on. 37 years later, and I still wake up tasting that smoke, still wondering what would have happened if I hadn't remembered my grandmother's words about fire calling to fire. Some nights I think I know. And those are the nights I don't sleep at all. Because in the deep places of the world, where the old powers still hold sway, there are things that wait in the darkness. Things that hunger for the light of our world, for the warmth of human souls. Things that can be summoned with nothing more than a candle and the right words spoken in the right place. I've seen the black flame burn. I've felt its cold touch and heard its whispered promises. And I know that somewhere out there, in some forgotten corner of some forgotten house, another candle waits to be lit. When it is, when that black flame springs to life again, I'll be ready. I'll have my lighter and my flashlight and my grandmother's words. Because somebody has to stand between the dark and the light. Somebody has to keep the flame. That hum comes soft at first, then you realize it's under your skin. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years, and I've seen my share of peculiar things. Dead livestock arranged in perfect circles. Windows that crack for no reason on windless nights. Children who stop talking for weeks after walking past certain houses. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened at the old Hutchins grain silo in the summer of '98. Millbrook sits in a valley that shouldn't exist. The geology makes no sense. The state surveyors have been scratching their heads over it since the 1940s. We're tucked between hills that rise too steep and fall too sharp, like something scooped us out with a giant spoon and forgot to smooth the edges. The town's been dying a slow death since the grain elevator closed in '85, but death here doesn't come quick or clean. It settles in the bones of the buildings and waits. The Hutchins silo stands about 3 miles east of town, a concrete tower that rises 90 feet into the sky like a gray middle finger pointed at God. Built in 1952, it served the local farmers for 3 decades before the economics went south and the corn started growing wrong. I say wrong because that's what the farmers told me, though they never could explain what they meant. The corn just grew wrong, they'd say, and that was that. The silo had been empty for 13 years when Mrs. Kowalski came into my office that Tuesday morning in July. She was a thin woman with nervous hands and eyes that never quite met yours when she spoke. Her farm sat closest to the silo, maybe half a mile through the back fields. "Sheriff," she said, wringing her hands like she was trying to squeeze water from them. "There's something in that silo." I leaned back in my chair, which creaked the way old things do when they're tired. "What kind of something?" "It hums." Now, I've heard plenty of strange complaints in my time. Cows that moo in harmony. Washing machines that run themselves. But humming silos? That was a new one. "Buildings settle," I told her. "Old concrete, metal expansion, wind through the cracks. Makes all kinds of sounds." She shook her head. "Not like that. It's like someone's humming a lullaby. At night. Every night for the past 2 weeks." I studied her face. Mrs. Kowalski wasn't the type to make things up. She'd lived on that farm for 40 years, raised 5 children, buried a husband. If she said she heard humming, she heard something. "I'll drive out and take a look," I said. "Don't go at night," she said quickly. "It's different at night." I promised her I'd check it out during the day, but something in her voice made me think that might not be enough. The silo looked innocent enough in the afternoon sun. Weathered concrete, rust stains running down its sides like tears, weeds growing thick around its base. The loading dock was sealed with plywood, and the access ladder was missing its bottom rungs. Whoever had closed it up had done so with finality in mind. I walked around the base, looking for signs of disturbance. The weeds were trampled in places, but that could have been deer. The concrete had hairline cracks running through it, some wide enough to slip a finger into. When I pressed my ear against the wall, I heard nothing but the sound of my own pulse. But there was something else. A smell, faint but persistent. Sweet, like flowers left too long in water. Not decay, exactly, but something past its prime. Something that had been beautiful once and was now changing. I was about to leave when I noticed the birds. Or rather, the absence of them. The area around the silo was dead quiet. No insects, no rustling in the grass, no calls from the tree line. Just silence pressing down like a weight. That evening, I called my deputy, Martinez, and told him to drive by the silo around midnight. He was young, eager, and had better hearing than my 60-year-old ears. If there was something to hear, he'd hear it. He called me at 12:47 a.m. "Sheriff?" His voice was tight. "You need to come out here." "What is it?" There's singing coming from inside that silo. Like a woman singing a lullaby. But it's not right." I was already reaching for my keys. "What do you mean, not right?" "It's too many voices. Like a choir, but they're not singing together. They're singing the same song, but not at the same time. Some are ahead, some are behind. It's like an echo that hasn't caught up with itself." I found Martinez parked about 50 yards from the silo, his cruiser's headlights pointed at the concrete tower. He was standing outside his vehicle, his hand resting on his service weapon. "It stopped about 5 minutes ago," he said when I got out of my car. "Right after I called you." We stood in the darkness, listening. The night was warm and still, with that thick quality summer air gets when a storm is building somewhere beyond the horizon. Crickets had started up again, but they sounded hesitant, like they were testing the silence. "You sure about what you heard?" I asked. Martinez nodded. "Sounded like you know that song? Rockabye Baby? But slower. And there were other voices underneath, humming along. Sometimes they'd drift off into other songs, but they'd always come back to that one." We waited another hour, but the night stayed quiet. I sent Martinez home and told him to write up a report, though I wasn't sure what good it would do. The next morning, I drove out to the county library and asked Mrs. Chin, the librarian, to pull up everything she had on the Hutchins silo. Turns out, there wasn't much. Built in 1952 by a company out of Minneapolis. Closed in 1985 when the grain co-op went under. Sold to the county for back taxes in 1987. Nothing unusual in the records. But Mrs. Chin was thorough, and she dug deeper. She found a brief mention in the Millbrook Gazette from 1954, just a small item buried on page 3. A child had gone missing during the Harvest Festival that year. 7-year-old Sarah Hutchins, granddaughter of the man who'd built the silo. She'd been playing hide-and-seek with some other children and had simply vanished. They'd searched for weeks, dragged the creek, combed the woods. Never found a trace. "Strange thing," Mrs. Chin said, adjusting her glasses. "She wasn't the only one. There was another child, 1961. Jimmy Bartle. Then in 1974, a girl named Lisa Kowalski. Kowalski. Same name as the woman who'd come to see me." "Any relation?" I asked. "Her daughter. Lisa was Mrs. Kowalski's youngest. Disappeared on a Thursday evening in October. She'd been walking home from school and never made it." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "What does the report say?" "That's the thing. There's hardly any report. Just a missing person notice and a follow-up 2 weeks later saying the search had been called off." No details, no investigation notes. Like they just gave up. That afternoon, I drove back out to the silo. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the fields. The sweet smell was stronger, and I noticed something I'd missed before. The grass around the base of the silo wasn't just trampled. It was arranged in patterns. Circles within circles, like a maze with no exit. I was crouched down, examining the patterns when I heard it. A voice, thin and distant, drifting down from somewhere high above. It was singing, just like Martinez had described, but in the daylight it sounded different. Lonely. Sad. Like someone who'd been singing the same song for so long they'd forgotten why they'd started. I looked up at the silo. The concrete surface was smooth, unmarked. There were no windows, no openings except for the sealed loading dock. Nothing that would explain how a voice could be coming from inside. But as I stood there, the singing grew clearer. It was "Rockabye Baby," just as Martinez had said. But underneath it, I could hear other voices. Humming. Whispering. Sometimes they seemed to be singing different songs entirely, but they'd always drift back to that lullaby. The voices were children's voices. I walked around the silo, trying to find where the sound was coming from. It seemed to emanate from the concrete itself, as if the walls were vibrating with song. When I pressed my ear against the surface, the humming was so loud it made my teeth ache. Then I noticed something else. The cracks in the concrete weren't random. They formed shapes. Letters. Words. Carved into the surface with something sharp enough to cut through concrete, but so faint they were almost invisible unless you knew where to look. Help us. We're still here. Please don't forget. The singing stopped abruptly, leaving me alone with the sound of my own ragged breathing. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the wind had died. I drove back to town and made some calls. The state police had no record of the missing children beyond the initial reports. The FBI had never been contacted. It was as if the entire town had simply accepted that children sometimes disappeared, and that was that. But I couldn't accept it. Not when I'd heard those voices. That night, I went back to the silo. I brought a flashlight, a crowbar, and a recorder. If there was something inside that tower, I was going to find out what it was. The humming started at 11:30 p.m. It began as a whisper, so soft I almost missed it. But gradually it grew stronger. More voices joined in, creating a harmony that was both beautiful and deeply wrong. They were singing "Rockabye Baby," but also "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Mary Had a Little Lamb," and songs I didn't recognize. Old songs. Songs that sounded like they'd been sung by children who'd never grown up. I walked around the base of the silo, looking for a way in. The loading dock was sealed tight, but I found a maintenance panel on the north side. The bolts were rusted, but my crowbar made quick work of them. Inside was a ladder leading up into darkness. The singing was louder now, echoing off the concrete walls. I could hear individual voices, dozens of them, maybe more. Some were singing in English, but others were in languages I didn't recognize. Old languages. Languages that sounded like they'd been forgotten before the silo was ever built. I started climbing. The ladder rungs were slick with moisture that had no source. The air grew colder as I ascended, and the sweet smell became overwhelming. It wasn't flowers I was smelling, I realized. It was something else. Something that had once been alive. Halfway up I stopped. The singing had changed. It was still the same lullabies, but now they were being sung in rounds. Each voice was starting at a different time, creating a cascade of sound that rose and fell like breathing. And underneath it all, I could hear something else. Scratching. Clawing. like fingernails on concrete. I looked down. The maintenance panel was just a square of lesser darkness far below. I looked up. The top of the silo was invisible in the black. I kept climbing. The scratching grew louder. Now I could hear it wasn't just scratching. It was carving. Hundreds of small hands, working constantly, cutting words into the concrete. The same words I'd seen on the outside, but more of them. So many more. We're hungry. We're cold. We want to go home. Why won't anyone come? The singing stopped. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own breathing, my own heartbeat, the creak of the ladder under my weight. And something else. Something moving in the darkness above me. Something that breathed without lungs and sang without vocal cords. A voice spoke. Not sang. Spoke. It was the voice of a little girl, but hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Are you here to help us? I aimed my flashlight upward. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the interior of the silo. It was empty. No grain, no machinery, no explanation for the voices. Just concrete walls covered in carved words and a circular space that rose to a peak far above. But the walls weren't empty. They were covered in something that looked like cocoons. Hundreds of them, attached to the concrete by some kind of organic webbing. They were translucent, and I could see shapes inside them. Small shapes. Child-sized shapes. We've been waiting so long, the voice said. So very long. I took a step back down the ladder. The cocoons began to move, pulsing with their own rhythm. The shapes inside them shifted and stirred. We remember the songs, another voice said. This one was a boy's voice, but it echoed strangely, like it was coming from multiple directions at once. We remember everything, but we can't remember how to leave. More voices joined in. Dozens of them. All children. All speaking at once. We want to go home. We want to see the sun. We want to run and play. We want our mothers. The cocoons began to crack. Dark fluid seeped out, running down the walls like blood. The shapes inside were moving more violently now, pressing against the translucent membranes. We've been singing for you, the first voice said. We've been calling. We knew someone would come. I started down the ladder, moving as fast as I dared. Behind me, I could hear the cocoons tearing open. Things were moving in the darkness. Things that had once been children but were now something else. Something that had been waiting in the dark for decades, sustained by nothing but the memory of lullabies and the hope that someone would come to help them. I reached the maintenance panel and dove through it, falling to the ground outside. The humming had started again, but now it was different. Urgent. Desperate. The voices were calling my name, though I never told them what it was. I ran to my car and drove away, but I could hear them singing all the way back to town. The sound followed me through my open windows, whispered to me through the radio static, echoed in the space between my heartbeats. The next morning, I called the state police. I told them we had a situation at the old Hutchins silo, but I couldn't explain what kind of situation. How do you tell someone that a grain silo is full of children who've been missing for decades? How do you explain that they're still alive, still singing, still waiting for someone to take them home? The state police sent out a team. They found the silo empty. No cocoons, no carvings, no evidence of anything unusual. Just an empty concrete tower that smelled faintly of flowers. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that every night, when the wind is still and the air is thick with summer heat, those children are still in there. Still singing. Still waiting. Mrs. Kowalski moved away 3 days after the state police finished their investigation. She never said goodbye, never gave a forwarding address. She just packed up her life and disappeared, like her daughter had 43 years ago. I retired 2 years later. Couldn't stand the job anymore. Couldn't stand being responsible for things I couldn't protect people from. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is dark and the air is heavy with the promise of rain, I drive out to the silo. The humming is still there. Softer now, but persistent. Like a heartbeat. Like a prayer. Like a lullaby sung by voices that refuse to be forgotten. That hum comes soft at first, then you realize it's under your skin. It gets into your bones, your blood, your dreams. It follows you home and whispers to you in the space between sleep and waking. It reminds you that some things don't die when they're supposed to. Some things just wait. And in Millbrook County, where the valley shouldn't exist and the corn grows wrong, where children disappear and are never found, the waiting can last forever. The silo still stands. Empty, they say. But I know better. I know that emptiness can be full of things that shouldn't be there. And I know that silence can be loud enough to drive you mad. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at 3 in the morning, I can hear them singing. All those children who never made it home. All those voices that never grew up. They're still there, in that concrete tower, waiting for someone to help them, to remember them, to set them free. But I'm too old now. Too tired. Too scared. I've told this story to my replacement, but he just looks at me like I'm a crazy old man who's seen too much and slept too little. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe the stress of the job finally got to me, and I'm imagining things that aren't there. But on quiet nights, when the wind is still and the air is thick with the promise of something that might once have been hope, I can still hear them singing. And I know that somewhere, in the darkness of that concrete tower, they're still waiting. Still humming. Still hoping that someone will come to take them home. That hum comes soft at first, then you realize it's under your skin. And once it's there, it never leaves. It becomes part of you, part of your pulse, part of your dreams. It reminds you that some mysteries are meant to stay buried, and some sounds are meant to stay unheard. But now you've heard this story. Now you know about the silo and the children who sing in the dark. And maybe on some quiet night when the moon is dark and the air is heavy with secrets, you'll hear them too. They're still there. Still singing. Still waiting. And they'll be there long after I'm gone. Long after this town is nothing but a memory, long after the silo finally crumbles to dust. Because some things don't die when they're supposed to. Some things just wait. The end. We've burned it down 6 times. And every sunrise it stands there, waiting. You might think I'm getting old, losing my grip on things. Hell, maybe I am. Been wearing this badge for 37 years come October, and I've seen enough to know that some stories don't get told at town meetings or written up in incident reports. Some stories get buried deep, like infected wounds that won't heal clean. But this one won't stay buried. It started on a Tuesday morning in late August, the kind of day when the heat sits heavy on everything like a wet blanket. The corn was starting to brown at the edges, and the cicadas were making that electric buzzing sound that gets under your skin after a while. I was sitting in my office, working through the usual paperwork, vandalism at the water tower, Mrs. Henderson's cat stuck in another tree, a domestic dispute over on Maple Street that would sort itself out by evening like they always do. That's when Deputy Matthews came in, looking like he'd seen something that didn't agree with him. "Sheriff," he said, and his voice had that tight quality it gets when he's trying not to let something show. "We got a call about the old Brennan place." The Brennan place. Even saying the name out loud felt like stepping on a grave. The house had been sitting empty for near on 15 years, ever since old Walter Brennan died in that chair of his. Wasn't found for 3 weeks until the smell got so bad the neighbors called it in. Nobody wanted to buy it after that, and Walter's only son lived down in Florida. Wanted nothing to do with the property, or the town, or any of us. "What kind of call?" I asked, though I had a feeling I didn't want to know. "Fire," Matthews said. "Caller said the whole place was going up like a Roman candle." By the time we got there, the fire department was already on scene. Chief Hawkins was standing next to his truck, staring at the house with the kind of expression you might wear if you just watched water flow uphill. The house was burning, all right. Flames were licking out of every window, and the roof was crowned with fire that reached up toward the sky like grasping fingers. But there was something wrong with it. The fire was too clean, too perfect. It moved with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, like it knew exactly what it was doing. And the smell. Most house fires smell like burned wood and melted plastic and all the accumulated odors of human life going up in smoke. This one smelled like autumn leaves and old books and something else underneath that I couldn't place. Something sweet and rotten at the same time. "How long's it been burning?" I asked Hawkins. He looked at his watch, then looked at the house again. "Got the call about 20 minutes ago. Been throwing water at it for 15. That's when I noticed the puddles around the house. Hundreds of gallons of water, and the fire kept burning like it was feeding on something we couldn't see. "Any idea how it started?" Hawkins shook his head. "Place has been empty for years. No power, no gas. Should have been cold as a tomb in there. Should have been. But standing there watching those flames dance behind the windows, I got the feeling that cold was the last thing that house had ever been. We watched it burn for another hour before the flames finally died down. By then, most of the town's volunteer fire department had shown up, along with a good portion of the curious and the bored. In a town like ours, a fire is entertainment, especially when it's the old Brennan place that everyone's been whispering about for years. When the smoke cleared, the house was gone. Nothing left but a foundation full of ash, and the smell of that sweet rot hanging in the air like a question nobody wanted to answer. I figured that was the end of it. Old house, probably some electrical problem nobody knew about, or maybe kids playing with matches. These things happen, especially in August when the heat makes everything dry as tinder. But the next morning, Matthews called me at home. His voice was different, higher, tighter, like a guitar string wound too tight. "Sheriff, you need to get down to the Brennan place. Now." I drove over in my personal truck, not bothering with the patrol car. Figured it was probably just cleanup. Maybe some insurance adjuster wanting to take pictures of the foundation. The morning was clear and cool, the kind of day that makes you forget how miserable August can be. Birds were singing in the trees along Brennan Road, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and coffee from the diner downtown. Then I turned the corner and saw the house. Standing there. Whole. Complete. Like it had never burned at all. I sat in my truck for a long time, engine running, air conditioning humming, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The house looked exactly like it had before the fire. Same peeling white paint, same sagging front porch, same broken shutter hanging at an angle like a lazy eye. Even the weeds around the foundation looked the same, though I distinctly remembered them being trampled flat by all the emergency vehicles. Matthews was waiting for me on the front porch, smoking a cigarette with hands that shook just enough to notice. "How long you been here?" I asked. "About an hour. Got here just after sunrise." He took a long drag and blew the smoke out slow. "Sheriff, I watched this place burn down yesterday. Watched it burn down to nothing." I walked up the front steps, noting how solid they felt under my feet. The wood didn't creak or sag, didn't feel like timber that had been touched by flame. I tried the front door, and the handle turned smooth as silk. Inside, the house was exactly as I remembered it from when we found Walter's body. Same dusty furniture covered in old sheets. Same faded wallpaper with its pattern of roses that looked more like bloodstains in the dim light. Same smell of abandonment and slow decay, mixed with something else, that sweet rot smell from the fire. But there were differences too. Subtle things that you might not notice unless you were looking for them. The dust on the mantelpiece wasn't quite as thick as it should have been. The sheet over the old piano was folded differently. And in the center of the living room floor, there was a perfect circle of ash about 3 feet across, gray and fine as powder. "You call this in to anyone?" I asked Matthews. He shook his head. "Figured you'd want to see it first." Smart man. In a town like ours, news travels faster than gossip, and gossip travels faster than wildfire. Last thing we needed was half the county driving out here to gawk at something that couldn't be explained by any reasonable standard. We spent the better part of the morning going through the house, room by room. Everything was there: furniture, books, even Walter's old television set with the rabbit ears still bent at the same angle. But in every room, we found those circles of ash. Perfect circles, each one exactly 3 feet across, each one positioned with a precision that suggested intention rather than accident. 7 circles in total. 1 in each room, including the cellar. The cellar bothered me most. It was the kind of basement you'd expect in a house that old, stone walls sweating moisture, wooden stairs that creaked warnings with every step, the smell of earth and time and things better left undisturbed. But the ash circle down there was different from the others. Darker. And it was warm to the touch, like embers that had just stopped glowing. That afternoon, I made some calls. Started with the fire department, asking casual questions about yesterday's response. Hawkins confirmed what I already knew. They'd watched the house burn completely, nothing left but foundation and ash. Then I called the county, asked about any similar incidents in the area. Nothing. Called the state fire marshal's office, just to be thorough. Nothing there either. But when I mentioned the Brennan place, the clerk on the other end of the line got quiet for a moment. "Brennan Place," she said finally. "That ring any bells for you? Should it? Hold on." I heard papers shuffling, keyboard clicking. "Yeah, here it is. Fire report from 1987. Same address. House burned down completely, nothing left but foundation." My blood went cold. "Any follow-up?" "Yeah, funny thing. Report says the house was rebuilt within a month, but there's no building permits on file. No contractors, no inspections, nothing. Like it just appeared." "Anything else?" "One more thing. The original report mentions an unusual smell during the fire. Sweet and rotten, let me see, like flowers left too long in a vase." That night, I drove back out to the Brennan place. Told myself I was just being thorough, making sure everything was secure. But the truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about those ash circles. About the way the house had looked standing there in the morning light, solid and real and impossible. I parked across the road and walked over. The evening was warm, but not uncomfortable. Crickets were starting their nightly chorus, and somewhere in the distance, a dog was barking at something that probably wasn't there. The house looked peaceful in the fading light, almost welcoming. If you didn't know better, you might think it was just another old house waiting for someone to come home. I was about to leave when I saw the light. Just a flicker at first, in one of the upstairs windows. Then another, in a downstairs room. Not electric light, something warmer, softer. Like candlelight, but with an orange glow that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. I called Matthews on the radio, told him to meet me at the house. Then I sat in my truck and watched those lights move from room to room, following a pattern I couldn't understand but somehow felt familiar, like a song you've heard before but can't quite remember. Matthews arrived about 10 minutes later, and we approached the house together. The lights were still there, still moving, still pulsing with that strange rhythm. But when we got to the front door, the house was dark inside. No light, no sound, nothing but that sweet rot smell hanging in the air like a promise. We went in anyway. Had to. That's what you do when you wear the badge. You walk toward the things that other people walk away from. The circles of ash were glowing. Not bright, not like fire. More like the way coals glow deep in a campfire when you think they've gone cold. Each circle pulsed with a soft orange light that matched the rhythm we'd seen from outside. And as we stood there watching, the light began to spread, creeping outward from the circles like slow-moving water. "Sheriff," Matthews whispered, and his voice sounded far away. "We should go." He was right. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of that house, to run as far and fast as I could. But I couldn't move. The light was hypnotic, beautiful in a way that made your chest ache. And underneath the glow, I could see shapes moving in the ash. Patterns forming and dissolving, like writing in a language that existed before words. The smell was getting stronger. Sweet and rotten and something else now. Something that reminded me of my grandmother's kitchen when she was baking bread, warm and yeasty and alive. Then I heard the voice. Not speaking, exactly. More like humming, or maybe singing, but with no melody I could follow. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the air like smoke. And as I listened, I began to understand. The house wasn't burning. It was being reborn. Every fire was a birth, every morning a resurrection. Something lived in that house, something that fed on flame and renewal, and the endless cycle of destruction and creation. Something that had been there long before Walter Brennan, long before the town, maybe long before people walked these hills at all. The voice grew louder, more insistent. The ash circles pulsed brighter. And I felt something tugging at the edges of my mind, trying to pull me deeper into whatever lived in that warm orange glow. That's when Matthews grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. We ran. No shame in admitting it. We ran like kids fleeing a haunted house, stumbling over our own feet in the dark. Got to our vehicles and didn't stop shaking until we were back in town, surrounded by streetlights and the comfortable sounds of normal life. The next morning, the house was still there. Still whole, still waiting. But now there were scorch marks around the foundation, as if the very ground had been touched by something too hot to bear. That was the beginning. Over the next few weeks, the house burned 5 more times. Sometimes during the day, sometimes at night. Always the same perfect fire, always the same sweet rot smell, always the same impossible resurrection at sunrise. Word got out, of course. In a town this size, you can't keep something like that quiet for long. People started driving out from the county seat, from the state capital, even from the universities. Scientists, reporters, curiosity seekers. They all came with their cameras and instruments and theories. The scientists measured temperatures and took soil samples. Found nothing unusual. The reporters wrote articles about optical illusions and mass hysteria. The curiosity seekers took pictures of a perfectly normal old house and went home disappointed. But some of them stayed longer. Some of them came back at night, when the lights started moving through the rooms. And some of them, well, some of them never made it home at all. We found their cars in the morning, parked along Brennan Road with the doors open and the keys still in the ignition. Personal effects scattered in the dirt like they'd been dropped in haste. But the people themselves were gone, vanished as completely as if they never existed. I stopped counting after the 7th disappearance. Stopped filing reports that nobody would believe anyway. What was the point? The state investigators came and went, found no evidence of foul play, no signs of struggle. Just empty cars and that sweet rot smell hanging in the air like an accusation. That's when I made the decision to burn it down myself. Really burn it down, not just watch it burn. Get some gasoline, some kerosene, maybe some thermite if I could find it. Burn it so hot and so completely that whatever lived in that house would have no choice but to die with it. I tried 3 times. Each time, I soaked the place in accelerant, struck the match, watched the flames take hold. Each time, the fire burned exactly as it was supposed to, hot, fast, consuming. Each time, I stayed until nothing remained but ash and foundation stones. And each time, sunrise brought it back. The 4th time I burned it, I brought Matthews with me. Figured I might be losing my mind, needed a witness to confirm what I was seeing. We used enough gasoline to burn down half the town, lit it from 3 different points, watched it burn until the flames died to embers and the embers died to ash. Then we camped out in my truck and waited for dawn. The house came back the way it always did, slowly, quietly, like something emerging from deep water. First the foundation stones reassembling themselves, then the frame rising from the ash like a skeleton putting on flesh. The walls, the roof, the windows with their broken shutters. Even the weeds around the foundation, growing back to exactly the same height they'd been before. And in the center of it all, those 7 circles of ash, glowing soft and warm and patient. "How?" Matthews whispered. I didn't have an answer. Still don't. Some things exist beyond explanation, beyond the comfortable boundaries of what we think we understand about the world. Some things just are, like gravity or death or the way love can turn to hate in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The 5th time I burned it, I went alone. Didn't tell Matthews, didn't tell anyone. Just loaded my truck with every flammable thing I could find and drove out to the Brennan place in the middle of the night. This time, I didn't just burn the house. I burned everything, the outhouse, the old well, even the trees around the property. Made a bonfire that could probably be seen from space, hot enough to melt the foundation stones, hot enough to sterilize the very earth. And this time, I waited. I sat in my truck until dawn, then past dawn, then through the morning and into the afternoon. For a few hours, I actually thought I'd won. The foundation was just a pile of melted stone and twisted metal. The trees were gone, the ground was bare. Nothing but ash and emptiness where the house had stood. But as the sun began to set, I saw the first signs. A shimmer in the air above the ruins, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. A whisper of sound that might have been wind, or might have been breathing. And that smell, sweet and rotten and alive. By full dark, the house was back. The 6th time, I brought help. Real help. Called in favors from friends in the state fire department, got them to bring enough thermite to melt steel. We burned that house hotter than the surface of the sun, hot enough to turn sand to glass, hot enough to crack the bedrock underneath. And in the morning, it stood there, waiting. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I've stopped trying to burn it down. What's the point? Whatever lives in that house, whatever feeds on fire and rebirth, it's stronger than anything I can bring to bear against it. It's patient, eternal, content to wait for whatever it's waiting for. The disappearances have stopped, mostly. Word gets around, even in a town as small as ours. People know to stay away from the Brennan place after dark. The scientists and reporters have moved on to other mysteries. The curiosity seekers find their thrills elsewhere. But sometimes, on clear nights when the moon is dark, I drive out there and park across the road. I watch the lights move through the rooms, following their endless pattern. I listen to that humming voice that sounds almost like singing, almost like prayer. And I wonder what it's waiting for. Sometimes I think it's waiting for me. I'm retiring next month. 37 years is enough for any man, especially when those years include things that can't be written down in reports or explained to federal investigators. Matthews is taking over the badge, and I've told him everything I can about the house. Everything except the dreams. I've been having the dreams for weeks now. In them, I'm walking up the front steps of the Brennan place, and the door is open, and inside I can see those 7 circles of ash glowing warm and welcoming. There's someone in the house, someone I can't quite see, but their voice is familiar. They're calling my name, over and over, like a mother calling a child home for dinner. In the dreams, I always walk inside. The ash is warm under my feet, and the voice gets clearer as I move deeper into the house. It's my wife calling me. My wife who died 4 years ago from the cancer that ate her from the inside out. She's in the back room, the one where Walter Brennan died in his chair, and she's waiting for me with that smile that always made everything else disappear. In the dreams, I never quite reach her. I always wake up just as I'm reaching for the door handle, heart pounding, sheets soaked with sweat. But each time, the dream gets a little longer. Each time, I get a little closer to that back room and the voice that sounds so much like love. Last night, I almost made it. Almost touched the handle. And when I woke up, my hand was covered in ash. Fine, gray ash that smelled like flowers left too long in a vase. I don't know how much longer I can resist. Don't know how much longer I want to. Whatever lives in that house, it's been patient with me. It's shown me wonders and horrors in equal measure, and it's never asked for anything but acknowledgement. Recognition. Acceptance of the fact that some things exist beyond the boundaries of human understanding. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all it ever wanted. The house is still there, still waiting. We've burned it down 6 times, and every sunrise it stands there like a promise, like a question, like an open door. And someday soon, I think I'm going to answer. The dreams are getting stronger. My wife's voice is getting clearer. And that sweet rot smell is starting to follow me home, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin. Matthews has started looking at me sideways, asking if I'm feeling all right, if maybe I should take some time off before the retirement ceremony. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should take some time off. Maybe I should drive out to the Brennan place one more time, just to say goodbye. Maybe I should walk up those front steps and open that door, and see what's been waiting for me all this time in the warm orange glow of those 7 perfect circles. Maybe I should go home. The thing about retirement is that it gives you time to think. Time to remember all the cases you never solved, all the questions you never answered, all the doors you never opened. Time to wonder if maybe, just maybe, you missed something important. I've been thinking about the Brennan place a lot lately. About Walter, dying alone in that back room. About the disappearances, the people who vanished without a trace. About the voice in my dreams that sounds so much like love and loss and longing. And I've been thinking about fire. Fire destroys, but it also purifies. It consumes, but it also transforms. In the old days, people used to believe that fire could carry messages between worlds, that smoke could carry prayers to heaven or souls to whatever comes after. Maybe the house isn't burning. Maybe it's sending signals. Maybe it's trying to tell us something. Maybe it's trying to bring us home. Tonight I think I'll drive out there one more time. Not to burn it down, I know better than that now. Just to listen. To watch those lights move through the rooms and try to understand their pattern. To smell that sweet rot scent and let it fill my lungs like a last breath. To see if my wife is really waiting for me in that back room, or if it's something else wearing her voice like a mask. Either way, I think it's time to find out. The house has been patient with me for months now. Patient with all of us. But patience, like everything else, has its limits. and I can feel those limits approaching like storm clouds on a clear day. We've burned it down 6 times. And every sunrise it stands there, waiting. But not for much longer. Not for much longer at all. The watcher in the glass. There's no ladder. No ledge. Nothing. Just a face in the glass, watching. That's what Mrs. Henley told me that Tuesday morning in September, her voice thin as old paper. Been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years, and I've heard every kind of story you can imagine. Drunks seeing pink elephants, teenagers swearing they saw Bigfoot in the quarry, old-timers claiming Civil War ghosts still march through the cemetery. Most of the time, you nod, you listen, and you file it away under local color. But something in Mrs. Henley's voice made me set down my coffee cup and really look at her. She was standing in my office doorway, still wearing her housecoat and slippers at 10 in the morning, which wasn't like her. Grace Henley was the kind of woman who dressed proper to check her mailbox. Her hands were shaking just enough to make her wedding ring click against the door frame. "What face?" I asked, though I already had a cold feeling in my gut. "In the Merrick Building. 2nd floor. Right center window." She pointed east, toward the old commercial district where half the buildings had been empty since the mill closed in '89. "Been there 3 days now. Same time every morning. 8:15, like clockwork." The Merrick Building had been abandoned for 15 years. Used to house a law office and an insurance agency back when Millhaven still had a pulse. 3 stories of red brick with those tall, narrow windows that made you think of suspicious eyes. The kind of building that seemed to lean in toward the street, waiting for something. "Mrs. Henley," I said, gentle as I could manage. "You sure about this? Could be shadows, or maybe some reflection from Sheriff Graves." Her voice cut through my words like a blade. "I've lived in this town for 68 years. I know the difference between shadows and a human face. And this isn't either." That last part hit me sideways. Not a human face. I'd known Grace Henley long enough to understand she chose her words careful-like. If she said it wasn't human, she meant something specific. "Tell me what you see." She sat down in the wooden chair across from my desk, the same chair where hundreds of folks had sat over the years to report everything from stolen chickens to domestic disputes. But the way she gripped the armrests told me this was different. "Pale," she said. "Pale as old bone. Eyes that don't blink. Not once in all the time I've watched. And the mouth." She shuddered. "The mouth moves like it's trying to say something, but there's no sound. Just lips moving in that dark window." I wrote it down in my notepad, same as I would any report, but my handwriting looked shakier than usual. Outside, the September sun was bright and warm, the kind of day that should chase away any foolish thoughts about faces in empty windows. Should have. "You the only one who's seen it?" "Far as I know. But you know how folks are around here. They see something they can't explain, they pretend they didn't see it at all." She had a point. Millhaven was the kind of town where people minded their own business to a fault. Could be half the town had seen something and just didn't want to be the first to speak up. Or maybe Grace was seeing things that weren't there. At 72, with her husband dead 2 years now, living alone in that big house on Elm Street, well, loneliness could play tricks on a person's mind. But I'd been sheriff long enough to know when someone was lying, when someone was confused, and when someone was scared out of their wits. Grace Henley was scared. "I'll take a drive-by," I told her. "Have a look for myself." She stood up, smoothing down her housecoat. "You do that, Sheriff. But don't go alone. And don't go at 8:15. "Why not 8:15? "Because that's when it looks back. After she left, I sat in my office for a long while, staring at my notes. The coffee had gone cold, but I didn't notice. Outside, Millhaven went about its quiet business. A few cars puttering down Main Street, old Pete Chambers sweeping the sidewalk in front of his hardware store, the usual rhythm of a small town that time had mostly forgotten. I'd been born in Millhaven, grew up here, never lived anywhere else. Knew every street, every building, every family going back 3 generations. The Merrick Building was as familiar to me as my own reflection. Built in 1923 by a man named Theodore Merrick who'd made his fortune in timber and lost it in the market crash. The building had always been a little too grand for our town, like Merrick was trying to will Millhaven into being something bigger than it was. After Merrick died in 1931, found in his office on the 3rd floor, gun in his hand and a note that just said, "The ledgers don't balance." The building had housed various businesses over the decades. Never seemed to keep tenants long, though. People complained about cold drafts in summer, heating bills that made no sense, the way sounds carried strange in those tall rooms. I'd been inside maybe a dozen times over the years. Domestic disputes, break-ins, once to investigate a report of squatters. Nothing unusual, just the typical emptiness of a building that had outlived its purpose. But I remembered those windows. From the inside, they framed the town like pictures, and from outside, they reflected the sky in ways that could play tricks on your eyes. Still, Grace Henley wasn't the type to see faces where there weren't any. Around noon, I drove over to the Merrick Building, parked across the street and sat in my patrol car for a while, windows down, just watching. The building looked the same as always. Red brick weathered to the color of dried blood, windows dark and empty. A few were cracked, and one on the 1st floor was boarded up where some kids had thrown rocks a few years back. The 2nd floor windows stared back at me like dead eyes. "Center window," Grace had said. I counted over and focused on it. Nothing there but darkness and the faint reflection of clouds moving across the glass. I got out of the car and walked closer. The sidewalk in front of the building was cracked and weedy, the kind of damage that comes from years of freeze and thaw with nobody caring enough to fix it. The front door was solid oak, painted green once upon a time but now faded to the color of pond scum. Locked, of course, with a heavy chain and padlock courtesy of the city council. But locks and chains don't keep everything out. Or in. I walked around to the alley behind the building, checking for signs of entry. The back door was secure, windows intact on the ground floor. A fire escape led up to the 2nd floor, rusty but solid. If someone wanted to get inside, they could manage it. But why would they want to? That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, just a whiff that made me wrinkle my nose. Sweet and sour at the same time, like flowers left too long in water. I'd smelled it before, but it took me a moment to place it. Then I remembered the funeral home. It was the smell that clung to clothes after a viewing, the scent of chemicals trying to mask something they couldn't quite hide. The smell was stronger near the building's back wall, especially under the 2nd floor windows. I looked up, shading my eyes against the sun. From this angle, I could see into some of the rooms through gaps in the blinds and boards. Empty floors, peeling wallpaper, the occasional piece of furniture left behind when the last tenant moved out. Nothing that would explain the smell. I made a mental note to call the city about it. Could be a dead animal, rat, possum, maybe even a cat that had gotten trapped inside and couldn't find its way out. Happened more often than you'd think in abandoned buildings. But as I walked back to my car, I found myself looking over my shoulder at those 2nd floor windows. The feeling of being watched was so strong it made the hair on my arms stand up. When I finally glanced back, the center window seemed darker than the others, as if something inside was blocking the light. Just shadows, I told myself. But I drove away faster than I normally would. That evening, I stopped by Harriet's diner for supper. Harriet had been feeding the town for 40 years, and her place was where you went to hear all the local gossip. If anyone else had seen something strange at the Merrick building, word would have reached Harriet's by now. I took my usual seat at the counter and ordered the meatloaf special. Harriet herself brought it over, a heavy-set woman with gray hair pulled back in a bun and eyes that didn't miss much. "Heard Grace Henley was by your office this morning," she said, wiping down the counter with practiced efficiency. "Word travels fast. Always has in this town. She looked pretty shaken up when she left your place. Something about the old Merrick building?" I cut into the meatloaf, considering how much to say. "She thinks she saw something in one of the windows. Probably just her imagination. Maybe." Harriet's tone suggested she didn't think so. "Funny thing, though. My nephew Tommy was walking home from his girlfriend's house last night, came right past that building. Said he heard something from inside. Like someone crying." I looked up from my plate. "Crying?" "That's what he said. Soft, like a woman crying. But when he stopped to listen, it quit." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "He also said there was a light in one of the upstairs windows. Just for a second, then gone." "Tommy mentioned which window?" "Second floor. Middle one." The meatloaf turned to sawdust in my mouth. I forced myself to swallow and took a sip of coffee. "Tommy been drinking?" "You know better than that, Sheriff. Tommy's a good boy. And he's not the only one." She glanced around the diner, making sure no one else was listening, then leaned even closer. "Sarah Deacon was in here for lunch yesterday. Works at the post office, lives in that apartment above Mitchell's Pharmacy. Has a clear view of the Merrick building from her bedroom window." I waited. "She's been seeing things too. Won't say much about it, but she asked if I thought old buildings could hold on to memories." "Memories?" Her word, not mine. But I got the feeling she meant something more than that. I finished eating in silence, my mind turning over what Harriet had told me. 3 people now, all seeing or hearing something at the Merrick building. Could be coincidence, could be the power of suggestion, could be a dozen different explanations that didn't involve anything supernatural. But 37 years of police work had taught me to trust my instincts, and my instincts were telling me something was wrong. After dinner, I drove home to my small house on the outskirts of town, poured myself a bourbon and sat on the front porch, watching the stars come out. It was a clear night, cool and quiet except for the distant sound of trucks on the highway and the occasional bark of a dog. I'd been married once, long time ago. Sarah and I had planned to raise a family in Millhaven, grow old together in this little town where everyone knew everyone and nothing much changed from year to year. But Sarah got sick, cancer took her when she was only 34, and I'd been alone ever since. 30 years of coming home to an empty house, eating solitary dinners, talking to myself just to hear a human voice. Maybe that's why Grace Henley's story bothered me so much. The idea of a face in a window, watching and waiting, mouth moving without sound, it felt too much like my own loneliness given form. But as I sat there sipping bourbon and trying to rationalize what I'd heard, I found myself thinking about the Merrick building's history. Theodore Merrick, shooting himself in his third-floor office. The various businesses that had come and gone, never staying long. The complaints about cold drafts and strange sounds. And something else I'd almost forgotten, the Kellum family. The Kellums had rented the second floor in the late 1970s for their accounting business. Husband and wife team moved to Millhaven from somewhere up north. Kept to themselves mostly, but they seemed like decent people. Their office was in the center room of the second floor, right where Grace Henley claimed to see the face. They'd been there about 2 years when Mrs. Kellum started having problems. Nervous breakdown, the doctor called it. She'd been found wandering downtown in her nightgown one morning, confused and frightened, talking about someone watching her through the office window. Her husband had packed them up and moved away within a week. I'd been a deputy then, still learning the job. The sheriff at the time, old Walt Brennan, had written it off as a woman having a breakdown, nothing more. But I remembered the look in Mrs. Kellum's eyes when they brought her in that morning. Not crazy. Terrified. The bourbon wasn't helping my mood, so I went inside and tried to watch television. But every few minutes, I found myself thinking about that center window, imagining a pale face pressed against the glass, lips moving in silent desperation. Around 11 o'clock, I gave up on sleep and decided to take a drive through town. Night patrol wasn't really necessary in Millhaven. We hadn't had a serious crime in years. But it helped me think. I drove the familiar streets slowly, noting which houses had lights on, which cars were parked where they shouldn't be, the usual small details that made up a sheriff's mental map of his territory. Everything looked normal, peaceful even, until I turned onto Main Street and saw the Merrick Building. There was a light in the second-floor center window. Not bright, just a faint glow like candlelight or an old lamp turned low. But it was there, unmistakable against the darkness of the other windows. I pulled over and sat in my patrol car, staring up at that window. The light was steady, not flickering like a candle would. And as I watched, I could swear I saw movement inside the room. A shadow passing back and forth, as if someone was pacing. I reached for my radio to call for backup, then stopped. Backup for what? A light in an empty building? Could be squatters, could be kids, could be any number of innocent explanations. I'd handled things like this 100 times before. But my hand was shaking as I opened the car door. The night air was cool and still, carrying that same sweet sour smell I'd noticed earlier. It was stronger now, thick enough to make me slightly nauseous. I walked to the front of the building and looked up at the window. The light was definitely there, and now I could see it was yellow-white, like an old incandescent bulb. The front door was still chained and locked. I walked around to the alley, checking the back entrance and the fire escape. Everything looked secure, no signs of forced entry. But the light was still burning in that second-floor room. I stood in the alley for a long time, listening. The building was silent except for the usual creaks and settling sounds that old structures make. No voices, no footsteps, nothing to suggest human presence. But the light remained steady, and my sense of being watched grew stronger with each passing minute. Finally, I decided I needed to get inside. I'd been in law enforcement long enough to know when to bend the rules. There was probable cause, reports of suspicious activity, lights in an abandoned building, possible trespassing. The city council might not like it, but they'd understand. I went back to my patrol car and got the bolt cutters from the trunk. The chain on the front door was old and rusty. It took only a few minutes to cut through. The lock on the door itself was harder, but I managed it. The door swung open with a groan that seemed loud enough to wake the dead. Inside, the building was dark except for that faint glow from upstairs. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam around the ground floor. Empty rooms, dust-covered floors, a few scattered pieces of furniture left behind by the last tenants. The air was stale and thick with that chemical smell. I found the staircase and started up, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Each step seemed unnaturally loud, as if the building itself was holding its breath. The smell got stronger as I climbed, until it was so overwhelming I had to breathe through my mouth. The second-floor hallway stretched out before me, lit dimly by the glow coming from under the center door. 3 rooms on each side, all dark except for that one. I walked slowly down the hall, my hand resting on my service weapon out of habit more than any real expectation of danger. The center door was closed but not locked. I could see light seeping around the edges, hear a faint humming sound from inside. Not mechanical, more like someone humming a tune under their breath. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. Whatever was in that room, I suddenly realized I didn't want to see it. Every instinct I'd developed over 37 years of police work was screaming at me to turn around and walk away. Leave the building, chain the door back up, and pretend I'd never seen that light. But I was the sheriff. It was my job to investigate, to protect the people of this town from whatever might threaten them. Even if the threat was something I couldn't understand. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room was empty. No furniture, no people, no source for the light I'd seen from outside. Just bare walls, a dust-covered floor, and 2 tall windows looking out over Main Street. The humming stopped the moment I entered, as if whoever had been making the sound had suddenly held their breath. I swept my flashlight around the room, looking for anything that might explain what I'd seen. The walls were covered in old wallpaper, faded roses on a yellow background, peeling in several places. Water stains on the ceiling suggested roof leaks that had never been repaired. In one corner, someone had left behind a small wooden desk, its surface scarred with ring stains and scratches. But no lights, no candles, no electrical fixtures that could have produced the glow I'd seen from the street. I walked to the center window and looked out. My patrol car was directly below, just where I'd left it. The street was empty, the rest of the town dark and sleeping. From this angle, I could see Grace Henley's house 3 blocks away, her bedroom window facing directly toward this building. That's when I noticed the glass. The window was old, probably original to the building. The glass was thick and slightly warped, the kind that distorts images and plays tricks with light. But there was something else, scratches on the inside surface, faint marks that formed a pattern. I held my flashlight close to the glass and studied the scratches. They looked deliberate, carved with something sharp. Letters, I realized. Words scratched into the glass by someone standing right where I was standing. Help Me was carved near the bottom of the window. Below that, in smaller letters, Can't Leave. And at the very bottom, so faint I almost missed it, Watching Always. I stepped back from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. The scratches were old, weathered, probably carved years ago. But they were definitely there, and they definitely meant something. That's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, measured steps coming from somewhere else in the building. Not the settling sounds I'd heard before, but deliberate footfalls, as if someone was walking through the rooms below. I froze, listening. The steps moved from the ground floor to the staircase, then started up toward the second floor. I drew my weapon and moved to the doorway, trying to see down the hall. My flashlight beam wavered as my hands shook. The footsteps reached the second floor and started down the hallway toward me. But there was no one there. The sound was clear and unmistakable, boot heels on hardwood, coming closer with each step. But the hallway was empty, just shadows and dust and the faint glow of my flashlight. The footsteps stopped right outside the room where I was standing. I waited, hardly breathing, for whatever was going to happen next. Nothing did. The silence stretched out, thick and oppressive. I could hear my own heartbeat, my own ragged breathing, but nothing else. No footsteps, no humming, no sound at all except the distant rumble of a truck on the highway. I backed toward the window, keeping my gun trained on the empty doorway. The scratched words in the glass seemed to glow in the beam of my flashlight. Help me. Can't leave. Watching always. And then I understood. Mrs. Kellum hadn't had a nervous breakdown. She'd seen something in this room, something that had terrified her so badly she'd tried to run away in the middle of the night. The scratches in the glass were hers, carved in desperation as she tried to communicate with the outside world. But communicate what? And to whom? I thought about Grace Henley's description: a face pale as old bone, eyes that never blinked, lips moving without sound. Someone trying to say something, trying to be heard. Someone trapped. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My breath came out in small puffs of vapor, visible in the beam of my flashlight. The chemical smell was so strong now it made my eyes water. I needed to get out of the building. I backed toward the door, keeping my weapon ready, trying not to think about what I might be backing away from. The hallway was still empty, still silent, but I could feel something there. A presence, watchful and waiting. I made it to the staircase and started down, taking the steps 2 at a time. The front door seemed impossibly far away, and with each step I expected to hear those footsteps behind me, following me out of the building. But I made it to the ground floor without incident. The front door was still open, showing a rectangle of street light and fresh air. I stumbled outside and stood on the sidewalk, gulping down lungfuls of clean night air. When I looked back at the building, the second-floor center window was dark again. I got in my patrol car and drove straight home, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. But some things don't make sense, no matter how hard you try to rationalize them. Some things just are. Over the next few days, I did some research. Talked to old-timers who remembered the Kellum family, looked up newspaper archives, even called the state police to see if they had any records of unusual incidents at the Merrick building. What I found painted a picture I wished I hadn't seen. The Kellums weren't the only ones who'd had problems in that second-floor office. Going back to the 1950s, there were reports of businesses failing, tenants leaving suddenly, complaints about disturbing atmospheres, and unnatural occurrences. Nothing specific, nothing that would hold up in court, but a pattern of fear and abandonment that stretched back decades. And Theodore Merrick himself, the man who'd built the building and died in it, had left behind more than just a suicide note. His personal papers, stored in the basement of the Historical Society, included several letters to his wife describing visitations and unwelcome company in his office. The letters were dismissed at the time as the ravings of a man driven mad by financial ruin. But I knew better now. The building held something. Not a ghost in the traditional sense, but a presence that fed on fear and loneliness. Something that had been there since Merrick's time, maybe longer. Something that showed itself to people who were vulnerable, isolated, desperate for human connection. People like Grace Henley, widowed and alone. People like me. I never told anyone what I'd found in that room. Never filed an official report, never mentioned the scratches in the glass or the footsteps in the empty hallway. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, too likely to spread like an infection from one mind to another. Instead, I did what I could to protect the town. I convinced the city council to condemn the building, citing structural problems and health hazards. It wasn't entirely a lie. That chemical smell was real enough. Probably some kind of toxic mold or decay that had built up over the years. The building was torn down 6 months later. But I still drive past that empty lot sometimes, especially on quiet nights when the town feels too small and too lonely. The lot is vacant now, just a patch of weedy ground where the Merrick building used to stand. The city council talks about putting in a park, or maybe a small commercial development, but nothing ever comes of it. And sometimes, when the light is just right and the shadows fall a certain way, I swear I can still see that window. Still see that pale face pressed against glass that no longer exists, lips moving in silent desperation, trying to tell me something I'm not sure I want to hear. Grace Henley moved to Florida to live with her daughter not long after the building came down. She never said why, but I like to think she found some peace there, away from whatever had been watching her from that second-floor window. As for me, I retired a few years later. 37 years was enough, more than enough. The new sheriff is a good man, young and eager, full of ideas about community policing and modern crime prevention. He doesn't know about the Merrick building, doesn't need to know. But I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, thinking about those scratched words in the glass. Help me. Can't leave. Watching always. And I wonder if tearing down the building was enough, or if some things can't be destroyed so easily. Some things just move on, find new places to hide, new windows to watch from. There's a new development going up on the south side of town, nice little houses for young families just starting out. Modern construction, all the latest amenities. The kind of place where people feel safe, where children can grow up without fear. But I've been driving past there lately, and I've noticed something odd about one of the houses. Second floor, center window. Sometimes, when the light hits it just right, it looks like there's someone standing there. Someone pale and still, lips moving without sound. The family that lives there seems nice enough. Young couple with a baby, moved here from the city for the peace and quiet. The wife mentioned to me at the grocery store that she's been having trouble sleeping, says she feels like someone's watching the house at night. I told her it was probably just adjustment anxiety, moving to a new place and all. But I gave her my phone number, told her to call if she ever needed anything. Anything at all. Because I know now that some things never really leave. They just find new places to watch from, new windows to press their faces against, new voices to borrow when they're trying to be heard. And in a town like Millhaven, where everyone knows everyone and nothing much changes from year to year, there's always someone lonely enough, desperate enough, to listen. The face in the glass is still out there somewhere, still watching, still waiting. And sooner or later, it's going to find another window. I left a trail of markers behind me, but when I turned, they were gone. That's what young Tommy Brennan told me on a Tuesday morning in October, standing in my office with dirt caked under his fingernails and something wild flickering behind his eyes. 23 years old, built like a scarecrow, and shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. Tommy had been hiking the Whispering Ridge Trail since he was knee-high to a grasshopper, same as his daddy before him, and his daddy's daddy before that. The Brennans knew those woods like the lines on their palms. But that morning, Tommy didn't know anything at all. I'd been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years by then, and I'd seen plenty of folks come down from those hills with stories that didn't quite add up. Lost hikers who swore they'd been walking in circles for hours, only to find themselves back at the trailhead after what felt like minutes. Hunters who'd fire at a buck and watch it vanish into thin air, leaving no tracks, no blood, no sign it had ever been there at all. The old-timers in town had names for such things. Ridge madness, they called it, or the mountain sickness. Something about the elevation, they'd say, or the way the wind carried sounds through the pines. But Tommy Brennan wasn't some weekend warrior from the city. He was local born and bred, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen something that shouldn't exist in any world that made sense. I marked my path, he said, running his tongue across chapped lips. Orange spray paint on the birch trees. Every 50 yards, just like my granddaddy taught me. Been doing it that way since I was old enough to hold a can. I poured him a cup of coffee from the pot that had been brewing since dawn, the liquid black as tar and twice as bitter. Outside, the morning sun painted long shadows across Main Street, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear old Mrs. Garrett's rooster crowing its fool head off. "Tell me what happened," I said. Tommy wrapped his hands around the mug like it was an anchor. I was 3 hours up the North Fork Trail, heading for the old limestone caves. Wanted to get some pictures of the formations before the snow came. I'd been marking my way regular like, bright orange slashes on the white bark. Couldn't miss them if you tried. He paused, staring into his coffee like it might hold answers. I stopped to take a picture of this old oak. Must have been 200 years old easy. Massive thing, with roots that went down deeper than a well. When I turned around to head back, I looked for my markers. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. They were gone. Every last one of them. Not painted over, not scraped off. Gone. Like they'd never been there at all. I'd heard stranger things in my time, but something about the way Tommy said it made my coffee taste like ash. There was no doubt in his voice, no hesitation. He believed every word he was saying, and that belief carried a weight that settled heavy in my chest. Maybe you took a wrong turn, I suggested. Got turned around somehow. Tommy shook his head. I know those woods, Sheriff. I know them like I know my own name. I was on the right trail, looking at the right trees. But the markers, they just weren't there anymore. He set down his mug and leaned forward. It gets worse. I tried to retrace my steps, thinking maybe I'd made a mistake. But the trail, it wasn't the same. The path I'd taken up the mountain, it was different coming down. Narrower in some places, wider in others. Trees I'd passed on my right were now on my left. And there was this smell. What kind of smell? Like something rotting. But not animal rot. Something else. Something sweet and sick, like flowers left too long in a vase. I made a note on my pad, though I wasn't sure why. What was I going to write? Strange smells reported on hiking trail? Possible atmospheric anomaly? The truth was, I didn't know what to make of Tommy's story, but something about it nagged at me like a splinter under the skin. You make it back to your car okay? Eventually. Took me 6 hours to hike what should have been a 3-hour round trip. And when I got back to the parking area, there were other cars there. Folks I didn't recognize, just sitting in their vehicles, staring up at the tree lane like they were waiting for something. Tommy stood up, his chair scraping against the worn linoleum. I've been hiking those trails for 15 years, Sheriff. I know the difference between getting lost and whatever this was. Something's wrong up there. Something's changed. After he left, I sat in my office for a long time, listening to the sounds of the town waking up. The distant hum of traffic on Route 9, the clatter of dishes from Betty's diner across the street, the rhythmic thump of someone hammering a nail into wood. Normal sounds. Everyday sounds. The kind of sounds that told you the world was still turning the way it was supposed to. But underneath it all, I could hear something else. A whisper of wind through the pines, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and something else I couldn't quite name. I'd been sheriff long enough to know when to trust my instincts, and my instincts were telling me that Tommy Brennan's story was just the beginning. 3 days later, the Henderson family went missing. Bob Henderson was a geology professor at the State University, the kind of man who collected rocks for fun and could tell you the mineral composition of any stone you handed him. He'd brought his wife Sarah and their twin daughters up to Millbrook for a weekend of hiking and educational outdoor exploration, as he put it when he stopped by my office to ask about trail conditions. We're planning to take the ridge trail up to the old quarry, he'd said, spreading a topographical map across my desk. I want to show the girls some of the limestone formations up there. Beautiful examples of sedimentary layering. I looked at the map, noting the red X he'd drawn near the same area where Tommy Brennan had his strange experience. Might want to stick to the lower trails, I'd suggested. Been some reports of washouts and fallen trees up that way. But Bob Henderson was the type who didn't like being told what to do, especially by small-town officials who probably hadn't set foot in a geology classroom. He'd folded up his map with a polite smile and assured me they'd be fine. They were supposed to be back by Sunday evening. When Monday morning came and went without word, Sarah Henderson's sister called from Boston, worried sick. I drove out to the trailhead myself, my old Chevy pickup groaning up the winding mountain road. The parking area was empty except for Henderson's SUV, a late model Ford with Massachusetts plates and a thin coating of yellow pollen on the windshield. The windows were down about an inch, and when I peered inside, I could see their water bottles still sitting in the cup holders, untouched. The trail started innocently enough, a well-maintained dirt path that wound through stands of white pine and birch. But as I climbed higher, something felt off. The woods were too quiet. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I found their first marker about a quarter mile up, a bright yellow bandana tied to a low-hanging branch. Standard practice for day hikers, a way to mark their route in case they needed to turn back. But as I followed the trail deeper into the woods, the markers became increasingly sparse. A strip of orange surveyor's tape here, a small cairn of stacked stones there. Nothing that suggested a family moving in an organized fashion. And then, about 2 miles up, the markers stopped altogether. I stood in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to press in from all sides. The silence was absolute, the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing. I called out the family's names, my voice echoing strangely in the still air. Henderson! Bob! Sarah! Nothing. I circled the clearing, looking for signs of passage, but the ground was soft with decades of pine needles, and any tracks had been obscured by the wind. What bothered me most was the way the trees seemed arranged. Not random, like you'd expect in a natural forest, but almost purposeful. Like they'd been placed to create a specific pattern, a design that my eyes couldn't quite parse but my brain insisted was there. I was about to head back when I noticed something else. The light was wrong. Not the direction of it. The sun was still filtering down through the canopy from the south, same as it should be. But the quality of the light itself seemed different. Older somehow. Thicker. Like looking at the world through amber. I made my way back to the parking area, my radio crackling with static that resolved into Deputy Morrison's voice. Sheriff? We got another one. Hiker came down from the East Ridge Trail about an hour ago, says he's been lost for 3 days. Problem is, he only went up there this morning. The hiker was a man named Peter Novak, a software engineer from Albany who'd driven up for what he called a quick morning hike. He was sitting in the back of Morrison's patrol car when I arrived, wrapped in a gray blanket and staring at nothing. I left my apartment at 7, he said when I asked him to run through his story. Drove straight up, no stops. Got to the trailhead around 9:30. I was going to do a simple out and back, maybe 3 hours total. He paused, his hands working at the edge of the blanket. But time got away from me somehow. I remember checking my watch at what I thought was the halfway point, and it was already past noon. That didn't make sense. I'd only been hiking for maybe an hour. But I figured my watch was wrong, so I kept going. Morrison gave me a look that said he'd already heard this part. I reached what I thought was the summit around 2 o'clock. Beautiful view, clear day. I took some pictures, had a snack, and started back down. But the trail, it wasn't the same trail I'd taken up. Different how? Steeper. Rockier. And there were these formations. Stone formations that looked almost like sculptures. Abstract shapes that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Peter's voice took on a distant quality. like he was describing a dream he wasn't sure he'd had. I kept hiking, thinking I'd hit a different trail that would loop back to the parking area. But it got dark. Really dark, like the sun had just switched off. And I could hear things moving in the woods around me. Not animals. Something else. What kind of things? Footsteps. But not quite right. Too soft, too quick. And there was this sound like whispering. Voices talking in a language I didn't recognize. I made notes, but the words felt hollow on the page. How do you document something that doesn't fit into any category you know? I found a place to wait it out. Peter continued. A little shelter made of fallen logs. Figured I'd sleep a few hours and continue when it got light. But when I woke up, it was morning again, and I was back at the trailhead. Like I'd never left. He looked up at me with eyes that had seen too much. 3 days, Sheriff. I was out there for 3 days. But according to my watch, according to the sun, it was still the same morning I'd started. How is that possible? I didn't have an answer for him. Hell, I didn't even have a good question. Over the next week, 3 more hikers went missing. A couple from Vermont, an elderly man from town who'd been walking the trails since he was a boy, and a park ranger who'd gone up to investigate the previous disappearances. We organized search parties, brought in dogs, even called in a helicopter from the state police. We found nothing. No tracks, no signs of struggle, no personal effects. It was as if the mountain had simply swallowed them whole. But we did find other things. Strange things. Trees that had been marked with surveyor's paint, but the paint had been applied in symbols rather than simple slashes. Geometric patterns that seemed to follow some kind of logic I couldn't grasp. Stone cairns that appeared overnight, always in configurations of 7 rocks, always pointing toward the deeper parts of the forest. And the trails themselves began to change. Paths that had been well maintained for decades started to shift. A trail that had always curved to the left would suddenly veer right. Landmarks that had stood for generations, an old oak with a distinctive lightning scar, a granite outcropping shaped like a sleeping bear, would be gone one day, replaced by features that didn't match any of our maps. The strangest part was that nobody seemed to notice except for me and my deputies. The Forest Service insisted their maps were accurate. The hiking guides published by the state showed the same trails they'd always shown. Even the GPS units read correctly. But the trails they described no longer existed in the real world. It was Morrison who first suggested that maybe the problem wasn't with the trails at all. What if it's not the paths that are changing? He said one evening as we sat in my office, going over reports that made less sense with each passing day. What if it's the people walking them? I set down my coffee cup and looked at him. Morrison was a good deputy, young but sharp, with the kind of mind that could see patterns where others saw chaos. Explain. Every person who's gone missing, every hiker who's had a strange experience up there, they all say the same thing. The trail they took coming down wasn't the same as the one they took going up. What if that's literally true? What if the mountain is selecting certain people, giving them a different path? To where? Morrison shrugged. Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe it's not about where they're going. Maybe it's about where they've been. I thought about that for a long time after Morrison went home. I thought about Tommy Brennan's missing markers, about the Henderson family's abandoned car, about Peter Novak's 3 days that never happened. I thought about the smell of rotting flowers and the whisper of voices in languages that didn't exist. And I made a decision that probably wasn't very smart. I decided to go up there myself. I left early on a Thursday morning, before the sun was up, when the air was still cool and the dew was heavy on the grass. I took the North Fork Trail, the same one Tommy Brennan had been on when his markers disappeared. I carried a GPS unit, a radio, and enough supplies for a full day in the woods. I also carried something else, a digital camera set to take a picture every 30 seconds, a continuous record of my journey. The first few miles were normal. The trail was well marked, the terrain familiar. I'd walked these paths countless times over the years, both professionally and for pleasure. The woods were quiet but not unnaturally so, and the morning light filtered through the canopy in patterns I'd seen 1,000 times before. But as I climbed higher, things began to change. Subtle changes at first. The trail became narrower, more overgrown. Trees that should have been marked with trail blazes were bare. And there was a smell in the air, faint but distinct, that same sickly sweet scent of decaying flowers that Tommy had described. I checked my GPS. According to the unit, I was exactly where I should be, following the trail as it appeared on every map I'd ever seen. But the path I was walking bore no resemblance to the one I remembered. I stopped to examine a tree that should have been marked with a blue blaze. Instead, I found something else carved into the bark, a symbol that looked almost like a letter from an alphabet I didn't recognize. The carving was fresh, the sap still weeping from the cuts. I took a picture of it, then continued up the trail. The changes came faster after that. The path began to spiral inward, forming a loose helix that seemed to burrow deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, their canopies so dense that the sunlight barely penetrated. And the silence was complete. I stopped to check my radio, but all I got was static. My GPS still showed my location, but the map displayed on the screen no longer matched the terrain around me. According to the unit, I was standing in an open meadow. According to my eyes, I was in the middle of the deepest woods I'd ever seen. That's when I found the first marker. Not my marker, I hadn't left any. This was something else entirely. A small wooden post, about 3 feet high, driven into the ground at the edge of the trail. Carved into its surface was a series of symbols that matched the ones I'd seen on the tree. And hanging from the post was a child's sock. I recognized it immediately. Pink with white stripes, the kind a little girl might wear. One of the Henderson twins had been wearing socks just like it in the family photo their uncle had given me. I photographed the marker and continued on. I found 6 more over the next hour. Some were wooden posts like the first, others were stones arranged in careful patterns. Each one bore the same mysterious symbols, and each one had something hanging from it, a piece of clothing, a personal item, something that belonged to one of the missing hikers. A baseball cap, a pair of reading glasses, a silver bracelet, a wallet with Bob Henderson's driver's license still inside. They were breadcrumbs, I realized. Markers left by the missing hikers themselves, but not to find their way back. These were markers showing the way forward, deeper into whatever lay at the heart of the forest. The trail ended at a clearing I'd never seen before, though I'd hiked these mountains for 30 years. It was perfectly circular, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by trees so tall they seemed to disappear into the gray sky above. The ground was covered with a thick carpet of moss that gave slightly under my feet, and in the center of the clearing was a structure that shouldn't have existed. It was hard to describe, even now, years later. Not a building, exactly, but not a natural formation either. It looked like someone had taken a dozen different architectural styles and combined them into something that was both beautiful and wrong. Stone archways that led nowhere, staircases that climbed to empty air, doorways that opened onto solid walls. And carved into every surface were those same symbols, thousands of them, covering every inch of stone in patterns that seemed to shift and flow when I wasn't looking directly at them. The structure was old. Not just old, ancient. The stones were worn smooth by centuries of weather, and moss grew in the cracks between them. But it wasn't abandoned. I could tell that much right away. There were people there. I saw them through the archways, moving with purpose through passages that my eyes insisted couldn't exist. The Henderson family. The missing couple from Vermont. The elderly man from town. Others I didn't recognize, hikers who'd gone missing long before I'd started keeping records. They were all there, all of them, walking through the impossible architecture like they belonged there. Like they'd always belonged there. I called out to them, but they didn't respond. Didn't even seem to hear me. They moved with the slow, purposeful pace of people who had found exactly where they were supposed to be. I took pictures. Lots of pictures. My camera clicked and whirred, capturing image after image of the structure, the clearing, the people moving through spaces that couldn't exist. And then I heard my name. Not spoken, exactly. More like a whisper carried on the wind, a sound that seemed to come from the stones themselves. Sheriff. I turned, and there was Tommy Brennan. He stood at the edge of the clearing, just where the trail met the moss-covered ground. But he wasn't the same frightened young man who'd sat in my office a few weeks earlier. This Tommy was calm, centered, with eyes that held depths I'd never seen before. "You followed the markers," he said. "I followed the trail," I replied. Tommy smiled. "Same thing. We all follow the markers eventually. Some people just see them sooner than others." "What is this place?" "Home," he said simply. "The first home. The one that was here before the mountains, before the trees, before the trails. We just forgot about it for a while." I looked around the clearing again, at the impossible structure, at the people moving through it like fish swimming through water. "The missing hikers aren't missing," Tommy finished. "They're found. They found what they were looking for without even knowing they were looking for it." He stepped closer, and I could see that he was different in other ways too. His skin had a faint luminescence, like moonlight on water. His movements were too fluid, too graceful for someone who'd spent his whole life in hiking boots. "The trail changes for everyone," he said. "But it only changes for those who are ready to see it. The rest just walk in circles until they get tired and go home. And if I'm not ready?" Tommy's smile faded. "Then you walk back the way you came. You file your report, you tell people I'm still missing, and you forget about this place. You forget about the markers, about the trails that change, about the home that's always been here waiting." He paused, studying my face. "But I don't think you're going to forget, are you, Sheriff?" I looked at my camera, at the digital display showing the last picture I'd taken. The clearing was there, and the structure, but it looked different somehow. Flatter. Like a photograph of a photograph, lacking depth and dimension. "What happens if I try to tell people about this?" "Nothing," Tommy said. "They won't believe you. They'll think the stress of the job finally got to you. They'll suggest you take early retirement, spend more time with your family. And after a while, you'll start to wonder if they're right. You'll start to question what you saw, what you experienced. The memories will fade, and eventually, you'll convince yourself it was all just a dream." I felt the weight of my gun on my hip, the radio clipped to my belt, the camera in my hands. All the tools of my trade, all the things that connected me to the world I'd known for 63 years. Unless you leave them behind," Tommy said. "All of it. The badge, the responsibility, the need to understand everything in terms that make sense to the old world. You can walk through one of those doorways and find out what comes next." I stood there for a long time, listening to the silence of the clearing, watching the people move through the impossible architecture. I thought about my life, about the cases I'd solved and the ones I hadn't, about the weight of carrying other people's problems for 37 years. I thought about going home to an empty house and a pension that would pay for cable television and prescription medications. And I thought about the trail that had led me here, about the markers that had appeared just when I needed them most. In the end, the choice was easier than I'd expected. I set my camera on the ground, along with my radio and my gun. I took off my badge and laid it on top of the pile, a small metal star that had defined me for more than half my life. Tommy nodded approvingly. The first step is always the hardest. I looked back once as I walked toward the nearest archway. Through the opening, I could see my abandoned equipment sitting on the moss-covered ground, already looking like artifacts from another age. When I stepped through the doorway, the world changed. Not dramatically, not with any great fanfare. It simply became more than it had been. Colors were richer, sounds were clearer, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with possibilities I'd never imagined. I found myself in a vast space that was simultaneously indoors and outdoors, a place where the normal rules of architecture and physics held no sway. Passages led in directions that didn't have names, and rooms opened onto vistas that shouldn't exist. The other hikers were there, all of them, exploring the impossible geography with the wonder of children discovering a new playground. They welcomed me without words, their faces bright with the joy of people who had found their way home after a lifetime of being lost. I've been here ever since, however long that's been. Time moves differently in this place, not slower or faster, but along different paths entirely. Sometimes I feel like I've been here for minutes, sometimes for centuries. And sometimes I remember the world I left behind, the town that probably held a funeral for me, the deputies who probably found my abandoned equipment and added my name to the list of missing persons. But I don't regret my choice, because I understand now what the markers were really for. They weren't just trail signs or navigation aids. They were invitations, extended to those who were ready to see beyond the boundaries of the world they'd always known. The trails still change, I'm sure. The markers still appear for those who need to find them. And somewhere out there, another hiker is following a path that leads to impossible places, wondering why the landmarks don't match the maps. All I can tell them is this: trust the markers. They'll take you where you need to go, even if you don't know where that is. Especially if you don't know where that is. The trail knows the way home. It always has. At 3 a.m., the world paused. And something else moved while we couldn't. I've been wearing this badge for 37 years now, and I've seen things that would make most folks question their grip on reality. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened during those impossible minutes in Millhaven. The town sits in a hollow between two ridges like a secret cupped in God's palm. Population 847 on a good day when everyone's home from the logging camps. We're the kind of place that mapmakers sometimes forget, where the post office doubles as the general store and everybody knows when you sneeze before you do. The thing about small towns is they develop their own rhythm, their own heartbeat. You learn to feel it in your bones after a while. The way Mrs. Henderson's porch light clicks on at exactly 10:47 every night. How the old church bell tower creaks 3 times when the wind shifts from north to east. The peculiar silence that settles over Main Street just before dawn, thick as molasses and twice as sweet. But that Tuesday morning in October, the heartbeat stuttered. I was doing my usual rounds, had been for decades, walking the same 4-block circuit that constituted downtown Millhaven. My grandfather walked these streets before me, and his grandfather before him. The Kowalski family has been keeping watch over this place since 1892, though I sometimes wonder if it's really us watching over the town, or the town watching over us. The streetlights had that autumn flicker to them, casting shadows that seemed to twist just slightly more than they should. I'd noticed it for weeks now, nothing you could put your finger on, just a feeling that the darkness was getting bolder, moving differently, like it was testing boundaries that had held firm for generations. I was walking past Thornfield's pharmacy when my pocket watch stopped. Now, that watch belonged to my grandfather, then my father, and it had never stopped running. Not once in 93 years. The mechanism was Swiss, built to last through whatever hell might throw at it. But there it was, frozen at exactly 3 a.m., the second hand quivering like a frightened animal. That's when I noticed the silence. It wasn't the normal pre-dawn quiet that settles over small towns like a comfortable blanket. This was something else entirely, a thick, pressing absence of sound that made my ears pop. No wind through the maple leaves. No distant hum from the highway 20 miles east. Not even the steady tick of the traffic light at the corner of Main and Elm, a sound so constant I'd stopped hearing it years ago. The traffic light was frozen too. Red. Just red, unblinking, like a bloodshot eye staring down at the empty intersection. I pulled out my radio, thumbed the transmit button. Static filled the air, but underneath it was something else. A low humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It had a rhythm to it, almost like breathing, if breathing could sound like the earth itself was drawing air through stone lungs. Dispatch, this is Sheriff Kowalski. You copy? The static continued unchanged. The humming grew slightly louder. I tried my cell phone next. The screen was lit, showing 3 a.m., but when I pressed the home button, nothing happened. The display didn't change, didn't respond. It was as if time itself had gotten stuck, like a record with a deep scratch, playing the same note over and over. That's when I saw the man. He was standing under the streetlight at the corner of Main and Pine, about 50 yards away. Just standing there, perfectly still, his shadow pulling around his feet in a way that didn't quite match the angle of the light. I'd never seen him before, which in a town of 847 people was noteworthy enough. But there was something else about him, something that made the hair on my neck stand up and made me want to cross to the other side of the street like a child avoiding a mean dog. He was wearing a dark coat that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and his face was turned slightly away from me, angled toward the old Presbyterian church at the end of the block. His hair was silver white, combed straight back, and his hands hung loose at his sides with the palms facing forward in a gesture that seemed almost like surrender. I started walking toward him, my boots echoing strangely in the thick silence. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the empty storefronts and dark windows were all whispering back at me. Each step felt like it took forever, like I was walking through invisible molasses. "Excuse me," I called out when I was maybe 20 feet away. "Sir?" He didn't respond. Didn't even twitch. I could see his chest rising and falling in slow, measured breaths, so he wasn't a statue or a mannequin or some elaborate prank. But he might as well have been carved from stone for all the acknowledgement he gave me. I moved closer, my hand instinctively drifting to my service weapon, though I couldn't say why. There was no threat here, nothing overtly dangerous. Just a man standing under a streetlight at 3 a.m. But every instinct I'd developed over nearly 4 decades of police work was screaming that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. That's when I noticed his shadow. It was moving. Not dramatically, not like some horror movie special effect. Just a subtle shifting, a gentle swaying from side to side like seaweed in a slow current. But the man himself remained perfectly still, not even swaying with the rhythm of his own breathing. I stopped walking. My mouth went dry, and I could taste copper at the back of my throat, the metallic tang of adrenaline and fear. In 37 years of law enforcement, I'd seen murders, suicides, accidents that would haunt your dreams for years. But I'd never seen anything that violated the basic rules of how the world was supposed to work. Sir, I need you to respond to me, I said, louder this time. My voice sounded strange in the heavy air, muffled and distant like I was shouting into a pillow. The man's head turned. It was a slow movement, deliberate, like he was considering whether or not to acknowledge my existence. When his face came into view, I saw features that were perfectly ordinary, middle-aged, unremarkable, the kind of face you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting. Except for his eyes. His eyes were the color of deep water, and they held a patience that seemed older than the mountains that surrounded our little town. When he looked at me, I had the unsettling feeling that he was seeing everything I'd ever done, every secret I'd ever kept, every moment of weakness or strength that had defined my life. "Sheriff," he said, and his voice carried despite the muffling effect of the strange air. It was a pleasant voice, cultured, with just a hint of an accent I couldn't place. "You're early." "Early for what?" He smiled, and it was the saddest smile I'd ever seen. "For understanding." That's when I noticed that the streetlight above him was flickering, but not in the normal way streetlights flicker when they're about to burn out. It was pulsing in a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. And with each pulse, his shadow would shift just slightly, always returning to the same position but never quite the same way. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm the one who counts," he said. "The one who measures. The one who watches the spaces between seconds." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. "What's happening here?" "Time hiccups sometimes," he explained, as casually as if he were discussing the weather. "Usually it's just a fraction of a second, barely noticeable. A tiny skip in the cosmic record, if you will. But occasionally, very occasionally, the hiccup lasts longer. Long enough for those of us who exist in the spaces to stretch our legs." "The spaces?" "Between moments. Between heartbeats. Between thoughts." He gestured vaguely at the frozen traffic light, the silent street, the world locked in amber around us. "Your second hand will start moving again eventually. Your radio will crackle back to life. The normal flow of time will resume, and you'll convince yourself this was all a dream or a hallucination brought on by too much coffee and too many late nights." I looked down at my pocket watch. The second hand was still frozen, still quivering like it was straining against invisible restraints. "How long will this last?" "For you? Another few minutes." "For me?" He shrugged. "I have all the time in the world. Literally." I heard something then, a sound like footsteps, but muffled and distant, coming from the direction of the town square. Slow, measured steps that seemed to echo from every direction at once. The man under the streetlight tilted his head slightly, listening. "Ah," he said. "The others are waking up." "Others?" "The ones who live in the long seconds. The minute dwellers. They don't come out often. There's rarely enough time. But when there is—" He trailed off, that sad smile returning. "Well, let's just say they get lonely." The footsteps were getting closer, and I could see shapes moving in the shadows between buildings. Not quite human shapes, but not animal either. They moved with a fluid grace that reminded me of smoke or water, always just at the edge of my vision so I could never see them clearly. "What do they want?" I whispered. "The same thing everything wants," he said. "To not be alone. To be remembered. To know that they exist." One of the shapes detached itself from the darkness between the hardware store and the old barber shop. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and thin as a rail, with limbs that seemed to bend in too many places. Its face was a pale oval in the darkness, featureless except for 2 dark spots that might have been eyes. It was looking directly at me. "Don't be afraid," the man said gently. "They can't hurt you. Not in any way that matters. They're just curious." It's been a long time since they've had a visitor. More shapes were emerging now, from doorways and alleys, from the spaces between parked cars. A dozen of them, maybe more, all tall and thin and wrong in ways that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on them. They moved like they were underwater, every gesture slow and deliberate. They formed a loose circle around me, and I could feel their attention like weight pressing down on my shoulders. I wanted to run, wanted to draw my weapon, wanted to do something, anything, that would make sense in the world I understood. But I couldn't move. It wasn't fear that held me in place, though there was plenty of that. It was a growing realization that I was witnessing something that existed outside the normal rules of reality. How many people know about this? I managed to ask. The man under the streetlight chuckled. More than you'd think. Less than you'd hope. Time has been hiccuping for as long as there have been people to notice. Your grandfather knew. Your father knew. Now you know. I thought about my grandfather's journals, the ones I'd found after he died. Pages and pages of observations about Millhaven, about the way shadows fell differently on certain nights, about sounds that came from empty buildings. I'd always assumed they were the ramblings of an old man losing his grip on reality. The town, I said suddenly. There's something about this place, isn't there? Places accumulate weight, he explained. History, emotion, significance, it all builds up like sediment at the bottom of a lake. Most places carry just a little weight, barely enough to notice. But some places, he gestured at the sleeping buildings around us. Some places carry so much weight that they create their own gravity. They bend space. They stretch time. One of the tall figures had moved closer while he was talking. It was maybe 10 feet away now, and I could see that what I'd taken for a face was actually more like a reflection on dark water. Features that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. It reached out one impossibly long arm toward me, fingers extended. The hand was pale and delicate, more like something that belonged on a pianist than on whatever this thing was. It wants to touch you, the man said. To make a connection. To prove to itself that you're real. What happens if it does? Nothing harmful. You might remember this moment more clearly than you'd like. Dreams might be more vivid for a while. You might start noticing things that others don't see. The hand was inches from my face now. I could feel cold radiating from it, a chill that seemed to go deeper than skin, deeper than bone. But I also felt something else, a profound loneliness, an aching need for contact that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. I stood perfectly still and let it touch my cheek. The contact lasted maybe 3 seconds, but in those seconds I saw things. Flashes of Millhaven as it had been decades ago, centuries ago. I saw the tall figures moving through the streets during other stretched minutes, other time hiccups, watching over a town that had forgotten they existed. I saw my grandfather walking these same streets, stopping to nod respectfully at shapes in the shadows. I saw my father doing the same. I saw the weight of knowledge being passed down through generations of lawmen who understood that their job wasn't just to protect the people of Millhaven from each other, but to protect them from things that lived in the spaces between moments. The figure withdrew its hand and stepped back, rejoining the circle. I could feel tears on my cheeks, though I couldn't say why I was crying. It's almost over, the man said softly. Time is getting ready to start again. I looked down at my pocket watch. The second hand was still frozen, but it seemed to be vibrating more violently now, like a spring wound too tight. Will I see you again? Probably not. These hiccups don't happen often, maybe once every few decades. But you'll know when one is coming. You'll feel it in the air, taste it on your tongue. The town will hold its breath, and you'll have a choice to make. What choice? Whether to acknowledge what you've seen, or to let it fade into the realm of dreams and half-remembered nightmares. He smiled again, that same infinitely sad expression. Your grandfather chose to remember. So did your father. The choice is yours now. The tall figures were already starting to fade, becoming translucent, like smoke dispersing in a gentle breeze. The oppressive silence was beginning to lift, and I could hear faint sounds returning, the distant hum of the highway, the whisper of wind through leaves, the almost inaudible tick of the traffic light. One more thing, I called out as the man under the streetlight began to fade as well. What am I supposed to do with this knowledge? His voice reached me from a great distance, though he was still only 20 feet away. Watch. Listen. Remember. And when your time comes, pass it on to whoever takes your place. The second hand on my pocket watch suddenly lurched into motion with an almost audible snap. The traffic light began its normal cycle, red, yellow, green. My radio crackled to life with the routine chatter of the night shift dispatcher in the county seat. I was alone on Main Street at 3:01 a.m., standing under a perfectly normal streetlight in front of a perfectly normal pharmacy in a perfectly normal small town. But the man's words echoed in my head, your grandfather chose to remember. So did your father. The choice is yours now. I walked home as the sun began to creep over the eastern ridge, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mrs. Henderson's porch light clicked on right on schedule. The church bell tower creaked 3 times as the wind shifted. The town's heartbeat had returned to its normal rhythm. But I remembered. That was 15 years ago. I'm retired now, living in the same house where 3 generations of Kowalski sheriffs have kept watch over Millhaven. My nephew Danny just got appointed to the position, young, eager, full of ideas about modern policing and community outreach. Good kid. Reminds me of myself at that age. He's been asking me about Grandpa's journals lately, the ones with all the strange observations and cryptic notes. He thinks they might be important somehow, part of the town's history that shouldn't be forgotten. I tell him he's probably right. Last week, I felt it again, that subtle shift in the air, the taste of copper and electricity on my tongue. The town held its breath for just a moment, and I knew another hiccup was coming. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but soon. When it happens, Danny will be the one walking the streets at 3 a.m. He'll see his pocket watch stop, hear the silence descend, watch the shadows move in ways that shadows shouldn't move. And he'll have the same choice that's been offered to every Kowalski who's worn the badge in this strange little town. I think he'll choose to remember. It's in his blood, after all. And Millhaven needs someone who understands that there are things living in the spaces between moments, things that get lonely during the long centuries between hiccups. Things that sometimes need a friendly face to remind them they're not forgotten. The town keeps its secrets well, but it trusts those secrets to the right people. We're the guardians now, Danny and I. Watchers of the watchers, keepers of the spaces between seconds. And when 3 a.m. comes around each night, I listen for the subtle change in the world's heartbeat, ready to step into the space between moments if needed. Because at 3 a.m., the world pauses. And something else moves while we couldn't. But we're not alone in it. We never were. It was like the earth was breathing. And then something pushed up from under it. That's what I told myself 43 years ago, standing in Millfield's south pasture on a Tuesday morning that felt wrong from the moment I stepped out of my patrol car. The ground beneath my boots seemed to pulse, not like an earthquake, mind you, but softer. Organic. Like standing on the chest of something enormous and sleeping. I've been sheriff of this county for near on 50 years now. And I've seen things that would make most folks pack up and leave town before sundown. But that field still visits me in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world gets thin and the past bleeds through. The call came in around 9:30 that morning. Martha Henley, who lived in the old Victorian on Elm Street, said her chickens wouldn't go near the south end of her property anymore. Had been 3 days, she said, since any of them birds would venture past the gate that bordered Millfield's pasture. Just stood there at the fence line, clucking and carrying on something fierce. Now Martha, she wasn't one for hysterics. Raised 6 boys on her own after her husband died in the mill accident back in '81. If Martha Henley called the sheriff's office, you paid attention. The drive out to her place took me past the old Lutheran church, been empty since Reverend Pike took sick and died the winter before. Its windows were dark, but I could swear I saw something move behind the glass as I passed. Just a flutter, like curtains in a breeze, except there wasn't any wind that morning. The air hung still and heavy, thick with the promise of heat that never came. Martha met me at her front gate, wringing her hands in her apron. Her face had gone pale beneath the morning sun, and she kept glancing toward the back of her property like she expected something to come walking out of the pasture. "They won't eat neither," she said without preamble. "Haven't touched their feed since Sunday. Just stand there staring at that field, making the most god-awful sounds." I could hear them from where we stood, a low, continuous murmur that didn't sound much like any chickens I'd ever heard. More like voices. Whispers. "You been out to look at the field yourself?" I asked. Martha shook her head quick and sharp. "Won't set foot near it. Something ain't right out there, Sheriff. Something's got them birds spooked bad." The Millfield pasture stretched out behind Martha's property for near on 40 acres, bounded by a line of old oak trees that had been there since before the town was founded. Local folks always said those trees were older than they had any right to be, their trunks thick as automobiles and their branches reaching up toward heaven like gnarled fingers. The pasture itself had been fallow for the better part of 2 decades. Old man Millfield died in '73, and his son moved to the city, never bothering to sell the land or work it. Just let it sit there, growing wild with prairie grass and Queen Anne's lace. I left Martha at her gate and walked the fence line toward the field. The chickens followed me along their side of the wire, making those sounds, not quite clucking, not quite crying. They moved in a tight cluster, never taking their eyes off the pasture, never making a sound louder than a whisper. The grass in Millfield's pasture had grown tall over the years, reaching up to my waist in some places. It swayed without any wind, moving in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Waves rolling across the field from some invisible source, like something large was moving beneath the surface. I climbed over the fence. The moment my boots touched the ground on the other side, the whispering stopped. Every chicken fell silent. The only sound was my own breathing and the soft rustle of grass. And then I felt it. The earth beneath my feet wasn't quite solid. It gave just slightly with each step, like walking on a trampoline or a mattress. Not mud, the ground was dry enough, but something that yielded and pressed back. Like the field was aware of my presence. I took another step. Then another. 20 feet from the fence, I stopped and knelt down. Pressed my palm flat against the earth. The ground was warm. Not sun-warm, but warm from underneath. Body warm. And I could feel it breathing. Slow, rhythmic rises and falls, like the chest of something sleeping. The grass around my hand swayed with each breath, bending away and then back, away and then back. I pulled my hand away and stood up quick. My skin was tingling where it had touched the ground, a pins and needles sensation that crawled up my arm and settled in my chest. From somewhere in the field, maybe the center, maybe farther, came a sound. Low and constant, barely audible. Like a heartbeat, but not quite. More like the hum of electrical wires, or the drone of insects, but deeper. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, rising up through the soles of my boots. I backed toward the fence, never taking my eyes off the swaying grass. The chickens started up their whispering again the moment I climbed back over to Martha's side. "Well?" Martha asked. She'd been watching from her back porch, arms wrapped around herself despite the warmth of the morning. "Might be subsidence," I told her, though I didn't believe it myself. "Sometimes the ground settles funny. Creates pockets of air underneath." Martha gave me a look that said she knew I was lying, but she didn't press it. Some lies are necessary, and we both understood that. I told her I'd look into it, and drove back to town, but I couldn't shake the feeling of that field. The warmth. The breathing. The sound that seemed to follow me even after I'd left, humming low in the back of my mind. That evening, I stopped by the library. Our librarian, Mrs. Carmichael, had been in town longer than anyone save maybe Doc Patterson, and she knew the history of every square inch of the county. "The Millfield property?" she said, adjusting her glasses. "Oh my, yes. That land goes back quite a ways." She disappeared into the stacks and returned with a thin volume bound in cracked leather, the County Historical Society's records from the 1800s. "Here," she said, opening to a page marked with a yellowed ribbon. "This might interest you." The entry was dated 1847, written in careful script by one of the town's founding families. The natives who once inhabited this region spoke of a place they would not approach, a field where the earth itself was said to live. They called it the breathing ground, and claimed that something dwelt beneath it that was old when the world was young. The first settlers found the area unsuitable for farming, as crops would not take root and livestock refused to graze there. The soil, though rich in appearance, produced nothing but wild grass that grew in patterns suggesting some intelligence guided its growth. Mrs. Carmichael watched me read over her half-moon spectacles. "There's more," she said quietly. Several attempts were made to plow the field, but each ended in failure. The earth would not break properly, seeming to resist the blade, and workers reported that the ground felt unstable beneath their feet. One man claimed the field, breathed like a living thing, and refused to return. In 1852, a survey party attempting to map the area reported hearing sounds from beneath the earth, a rhythmic humming that made their instruments malfunction and their horses restless. The area was subsequently avoided by settlers and remains in use to this day. "Interesting reading?" Mrs. Carmichael asked. I closed the book and handed it back to her. "Educational." That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes I felt that warm, yielding earth beneath my feet. Heard that low, constant humming. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up trying and drove back out to the Millfield property. The field looked different in the darkness. The grass seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, and the swaying motion was more pronounced. Even from the road, I could see waves rolling across the pasture, flowing toward the center and then back out again, like ripples on a pond. I sat in my patrol car and watched. After about 20 minutes, the humming started. Even with the windows rolled up and the engine running, I could hear it. Feel it. It came up through the ground and into the car's frame, vibrating in my bones. The rhythm was hypnotic, not quite a heartbeat, not quite a song. Something in between. I don't know how long I sat there listening. Time seemed to stretch and compress, the way it does in dreams. But eventually, I noticed that other sounds had joined the primary hum. Voices, maybe, or something like voices. They rose and fell with the main rhythm, weaving in and out of the deeper tone. And then I saw the lights. They started as a faint glow near the center of the field, barely visible even in the darkness. Soft blue-white points that pulsed in time with the humming. As I watched, they began to move, drifting through the grass like fireflies. But these weren't insects. They were too large, too bright, and they moved with purpose. more lights appeared. Dozens of them, then hundreds, rising from the ground and floating just above the grass. They formed patterns as they moved, spirals and circles and shapes that hurt to look at directly. The humming grew louder, more complex, until it filled the night air like a symphony. I started the car and drove home, but I could see the lights in my rearview mirror for miles, dancing above the field like souls set free from the earth. The next morning brought 3 more calls about the Millfield property. Jenkins, who owned the farm to the east, said his cattle had broken through a fence trying to get away from something. They'd run near on 2 miles before he could round them up, and they still wouldn't graze anywhere near the property line. Mrs. Rodriguez, who lived in the trailer park north of the field, called to complain about the noise. Said it had kept her baby up all night. A low humming that seemed to come through the walls and floor. Sounded like machinery, she said, but there wasn't any machinery out that way. The third call was from Doc Patterson. His office windows faced south toward the Millfield property, and he noticed something odd. Birds weren't flying over the field anymore. Not a one. They'd fly right up to the edge of the property, and then veer away, like they'd hit an invisible wall. I spent the morning making my rounds, but my mind kept drifting back to the field. The breathing earth. The dancing lights. By noon, I couldn't concentrate on anything else. I drove back out to Martha's place. The chickens were still gathered at the fence line, still making those whispering sounds. But something had changed. They weren't just avoiding the field now, they were afraid of it. Huddled together, feathers ruffled, making soft distress sounds that made the hair on my arms stand up. Martha met me at the gate again, but this time she looked older, more fragile. There were dark circles under her eyes. "It's getting worse," she said without waiting for me to ask. "The sounds, all night long now, coming up through the ground. My cats won't come in the house no more. They just sit on the roof, staring at the field." I looked toward the pasture. In the daylight, it looked almost normal. Just tall grass swaying in a breeze that I couldn't feel. But there was something wrong with the way it moved. Too coordinated. Too purposeful. "Martha," I said, "you got anywhere else you can stay for a few days? Maybe with one of your boys?" She shook her head. "This is my home, Sheriff. Been here 43 years. I ain't leaving now." I understood, but I didn't like it. There was something building in that field, something that was getting stronger each day. The lights, the sounds, the way the very earth seemed to pulse with life, it all pointed to something stirring beneath the surface. That afternoon, I called the state geology office in the capital. Told them we might have some kind of sinkhole developing and asked if they could send someone out to take a look. The geologist who answered the phone was helpful but busy. Earliest they could get someone out would be the following week. I didn't think we had a week. As the sun set that evening, I positioned myself on the hill overlooking the Millfield property. I'd brought binoculars, a thermos of coffee, and my service revolver, though I wasn't sure what good the gun would do against whatever was happening in that field. The lights began at full dark, just like the night before. But this time there were more of them, and they were brighter. They rose from the earth in steady streams, floating up through the grass like bubbles in champagne. The humming started at the same time, but it was stronger now, more complex. I could pick out individual tones within the greater harmony, voices singing in languages I'd never heard. Through the binoculars, I watched the lights form patterns above the field. Geometric shapes that shifted and reformed, creating designs that seemed almost like writing. Like the field was trying to communicate something. And then the ground started to move. Not earthquake movement, I'd felt those before. This was different. Deliberate. Sections of the field began to rise and fall in sequence, like waves rolling toward shore. The grass bent and swayed with each movement, and I realized I was watching the earth itself breathe. But there was something more. As the waves of movement reached the center of the field, the ground there began to bulge upward. Slowly at first, then more rapidly, until a mound of earth and grass rose 10 feet above the surrounding pasture. The mound pulsed like a heartbeat. The lights danced around it, spinning faster and faster until they became streams of blue-white fire. The humming grew so loud I could feel it in my chest, in my bones, in the fillings of my teeth. And then something pushed up from under it. Not breaking through, pushing up. Like the earth was giving birth to something that had been sleeping deep underground for longer than human memory. The mound stretched upward, taking on a shape that was almost familiar but wrong in ways that made my mind recoil. I lowered the binoculars and backed away from the hilltop. Some things aren't meant to be seen clearly, and I had the feeling that whatever was emerging from that field would drive me mad if I watched it fully manifest. But as I retreated to my car, I could hear it clearly, a sound like the world's largest lung filling with air. Then a pause. Then the slow release of breath that seemed to go on forever. The field was awake. I spent the rest of the night in my office, trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. By morning, I'd made up my mind to contact the state police, maybe the FBI. This was beyond what a small-town sheriff could handle. But when I drove out to check on the field at sunrise, everything looked normal again. The grass swayed gently in the morning breeze. Birds flew overhead. The mound in the center was gone, leaving only a slight depression in the earth. If I hadn't seen it myself, I might have convinced myself it had all been a dream. Martha called around noon. Her voice was shaky, frightened. "Sheriff, you need to get out here. Something's happened." I found her standing in her backyard, staring at the fence line. The chickens were gone. All of them. The gate to their run stood open, but there were no tracks leading away, no signs of struggle. They'd simply vanished. "They walked out there," Martha said, pointing toward the field. "Just after sunrise. Walked right through the gate and into the grass. Never made a sound." I looked toward the Millfield property. The grass was tall and still, betraying no secrets. "How many?" I asked. 43, Martha said. "Every last one." I spent the next hour searching the field, but I found no trace of the missing chickens. No feathers, no blood, no evidence they'd ever existed. The grass showed no signs of disturbance, and the ground felt solid beneath my feet. But as I walked back toward the fence, I heard something that made me stop dead in my tracks. Clucking. Soft and distant, coming from somewhere deep underground. 43 chickens, still alive, somewhere beneath the breathing earth. That was the beginning of the end for me and that field. Over the next 3 days, other animals started disappearing. Jenkins lost a dozen head of cattle. The Rodriguez family's dog vanished without a trace. Even wild animals, rabbits, squirrels, field mice, seemed to be drawn to the field and absorbed by it. And the sounds at night grew stronger. Not just humming now, but voices. Animal voices calling out from somewhere far below. Cows lowing. Dogs barking. Chickens clucking. All of them alive, all of them trapped in whatever space existed beneath that breathing ground. On the 4th night, I made a decision that I've regretted every day since. I went into the field. Not far, just far enough to place my ear against the ground and listen. I needed to know what was down there, needed to understand what was happening to my town. The earth was warm against my cheek, pulsing with that slow, rhythmic breathing. And through it, I could hear everything. Every animal that had disappeared into the field over the past week, still alive in some vast space underground. They weren't distressed anymore. They sounded content, almost happy. Like they'd come home. And beneath their voices, something else. something vast and ancient and patient, humming a song older than human civilization. The field wasn't malevolent, it was alive, awake, and it was calling its children home. I lifted my head and found myself surrounded by lights. Not the dancing blue-white points I'd seen from the hill, but warm, golden glows that pulsed gently in the darkness. They didn't frighten me. They felt welcoming. For a moment, I understood what the animals had felt. The pull of the field, the desire to sink into that warm, breathing earth and become part of something larger than myself. To join the voices underground in their ancient song. I almost did it. Almost let myself sink into the soft ground and disappear forever into that vast, living space beneath the field. But something held me back. Maybe duty. Maybe stubbornness. Maybe just the human inability to let go of the surface world and all its pain. I crawled back to the fence on my hands and knees, fighting the urge to turn around with every inch. The lights followed me to the property line but came no farther, winking out one by one as I climbed over the wire. The next morning, I called in sick and drove to the state capitol. Spent 3 days in libraries and archives, digging through old records and forgotten histories. What I found confirmed what I'd already suspected. The field wasn't unique. There were others like it scattered across the continent, places the indigenous peoples had marked as sacred and forbidden. Breathing grounds. Living earth. Portals to some vast organism that existed mostly underground, surfacing only rarely in specific locations. The animals weren't being killed, they were being recruited. Absorbed into something larger, something that had been growing and spreading beneath the earth for millennia. And now it was waking up. I returned to find the field changed again. The grass had grown taller, thicker, and it moved constantly now, even without wind. The humming was audible during the day, a low drone that you could feel in your chest from a quarter-mile away. Martha had finally left, gone to stay with her son in the next county. Most of the animals within a 5-mile radius had disappeared. Even the insects were gone. No mosquitoes, no flies, no bees. Just the constant whisper of wind through grass and that deep, rhythmic breathing. I set up roadblocks to keep people away from the field, told them it was a gas leak or contaminated soil. Most folks were happy to believe the lie and avoid the area entirely. But at night, I'd see cars parked on the hill overlooking the property, people drawn by something they couldn't name. 3 of them never came back. A week later, the state geologist finally arrived. Dr. Sarah Chin, a small woman with sharp eyes and an expensive-looking instrument case. I met her at the field boundary and tried to explain what had been happening without sounding completely insane. She listened patiently, then set up her equipment along the fence line. Seismographs, ground-penetrating radar, soil sensors. She worked methodically, taking readings and making notes, occasionally pausing to stare at the swaying grass. "This is impossible," she said after an hour. "According to my instruments, there's a cavity under this field that extends for miles. Miles, Sheriff. And it's not empty. There's movement down there. Lots of movement." She packed up her equipment and promised to file a report with the appropriate authorities. Recommended that the area be declared off-limits until a full geological survey could be conducted. But bureaucracy moves slowly, and the field was changing too fast. By the end of the month, the breathing had become visible. The entire 40-acre pasture rose and fell in slow, rhythmic waves. The grass had grown to head height and moved in complex patterns that reminded me of nerve impulses or blood flow. And the sound could be heard for miles, a deep bass note that seemed to emanate from the core of the earth itself. People started leaving town. Not all at once, not in a panic, but gradually. Families packing up and moving to be closer to relatives in other states. Businesses closing. Houses going up for sale. Those who stayed talked about strange dreams. Dreams of sinking into warm earth, of joining voices in an underground chorus, of becoming part of something vast and peaceful and eternal. Some of them started walking out to the field at night, standing at the fence line for hours, swaying in time with the grass. I knew it was only a matter of time. The end came on a Tuesday morning in late October. I was making my regular check of the area when I saw that the fence around the Millfield property had fallen down. Not knocked over, just collapsed inward, as if the posts had been pulled into the ground. The field had expanded overnight, consuming Martha's property and the Rodriguez trailer park. The grass now grew right up to the edge of the road, and as I watched, it crept slowly across the asphalt. The breathing was so pronounced now that it was visible from space. I'd seen the satellite photos on the news. Scientists were calling it a geological anomaly, but the evacuation orders had finally come down. The town was being abandoned. I should have left with the others. Should have packed up and driven away and never looked back. But I was the sheriff, and the field was part of my jurisdiction, my responsibility. I spent my last night in town sitting on the courthouse steps, watching the grass grow closer. The humming had become a song now, complex and beautiful and alien. The lights danced constantly, streams of luminescence flowing through the vegetation like nerves carrying signals through a vast brain. And in the early hours before dawn, I heard them calling. Not the animals anymore. They'd long since stopped their individual voices and joined the greater chorus. This was different. These were human voices, singing in harmony with the deep bass note of the living earth. The voices of everyone who had walked into the field over the past months, still alive, still conscious, but transformed into something new. They were singing my name. By sunrise, the grass had reached the courthouse steps. I could feel the earth breathing beneath my feet, welcoming me home. The voices grew louder, more insistent, and I finally understood what they'd been trying to tell me all along. The field wasn't a predator. It was a parent, calling its children home after centuries of separation. Humanity had walked away from the living earth long ago, forgotten how to listen to its song, but now it was time to remember. Time to rejoin the vast organism that connected all life on the planet. I stood up and walked toward the grass. But at the last second, some stubborn part of my mind rebelled. Maybe it was duty again, or maybe just the human need to bear witness. I turned away from the reaching grass and ran to my patrol car, gunned the engine, and drove out of town without looking back. I've been living in Phoenix ever since, as far from green growing things as I can manage. But I still feel it sometimes, especially at night when the world is quiet. The pull of the field, the song of the living earth, the voices of everyone I left behind calling my name. The official reports say the town was evacuated due to unusual seismic activity. The field is now a national disaster area, off limits to civilians. But I've seen the satellite images, and I know the truth. The grass is still growing, still spreading, still breathing. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I catch myself humming along with the song I first heard 43 years ago. A deep, rhythmic melody that seems to rise up from the earth itself, calling its children home. The field remembers me. And someday, when I'm too old and tired to fight it anymore, I'll answer its call. Because the earth is alive, and it's been waiting for us to come home for a very long time. End of recording.